3. Два, три. Иван Николаевич, добрый день. Слышно меня?
Я вас, да, слышу. Но я просто не вижу никого из участников пока. Вот тебя уже слышу, а больше никого. И не вижу, и не слышу.
Ну, главное, что организаторы на месте.
Но организаторы тут как тут, да. Хорошо.
Остальное будем по ходу разбираться.
Да, я посмотрю, уже раз ты на месте, где ты у нас тут это самое. Ты напомни, когда ты
12:10.
12:10. Понимаешь, у меня тоже есть тут такое, это самое, я вчера карточку посеял, Соловьев точно. Экосистема, организация в системной парадигме. Хорошо.
Он такого, получается, теоретического плана.
Ну,
а тут народ с конкретными анализом.
Не, экосистема организации. Это вот как раз думаю, что он в струю попадает. Только вот его развернуть, это как система организации, что она собой представляет. Понимаешь? И
вот поэтому я над этим голову ломаю, но такой картины целостной, мозаика не сложилась еще.
Ну, да, оно поэтому, сразу не складывается, да.
Да, поэтому так вот.
Да.
Сыро очень сыро.
В системной парадигме, да. Но, тем не менее, можно идти там, посмотрим, как оно будет идти. Может, кто-то затянет. Ну, видишь, там, ты второй. Если первый там затянет, там их двое, пусть бы говорили по поведенческой экономике, там можно их вопросами закидать, значит, по поведенческой экономике. Значит, ну, если можно будет зацепиться.
Ну ладно, по обстановке.
Да, мы постараемся. А я тебе хотел сказать, что у меня тоже есть это самое пожелание, значит, отъехать у наш банк. Дело в том, что, судя по всему, я там, когда там оплачивал чего-то и снимал деньги, видимо, карту посеял. А как без карты, как без рук, с одной стороны, а тем более ехать мне еще в Питер в понедельник, деньги тоже нужны, то я бы как раз в промежутке, вот перед тем, как тебе идти к врачу, если у нас
до 16 часов я на месте, поэтому располагайте этим временем.
Нормально пойдет, я бы, смотри, там у нас перерыв начинается 13:10. Я бы вот перед этим перерывом выскочил, значит, и уже съездил у нас в отделение банка, поскольку если карточка есть, хорошо, если нет, то я, по крайней мере, заказал свежую, копию, другую.
Иван Николаевич, я так понимаю, что идет запись на весь мир, поэтому детали по телефону предлагаю.
Да, хорошо. Это то, что я говорю, оно не имеет какого-то содержания такого скрытого. То есть это рассеянное, оно есть рассеянное.
Да.
Так, что-то нас не подключает, мы людей не видим. Видимо, у нас какие-то трудности.
Так, я пока видео все отключу.
А что?
Увидели друг друга, все в порядке.
Ну да.
Лишняя нагрузка на интернет.
Ой, не говори. Судя по всему, да, вечером она растет, это правда. По вчерашним этим самым сеансом было видно. Так,
у меня расписание секций тоже открыто, так что я...
Нет, я даже выписал, поскольку это надо делать, будут какие-то заметки на полях, как говорят.
Да, кстати, это еще один вопрос, который я не задал по телефону для отчета Какие-то заметки на полях нужно делать.
Да, конечно. Вот я себе заготовил, значит,
я
буду
себе
делать.
тоже блокнотик положу.
Да. Это дело такое, если что, ну, чтобы что-то отметить, ну, мало ли там люди разные бывают, и озарение тоже. Значит,
Ну,
это
конечно.
может быть интересно. Так.
Иван Николаевич, здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Да вы посмотрите, там вид докладчика, по-моему, сверху есть, несколько человек присутствует. И можем, наверное, начинать?
Ну, да, вообще-то да, список вижу.
Не, вид докладчика, он у вас там, может быть, вы только себя видите или же там...
Не, я только себя и вижу, с iPad я никого не вижу, да.
Да, у нас есть на первый доклад, Игорь Михайлович.
В правом верхнем углу есть вид докладчика, может быть, вы переключите, и тогда всех увидите, кто...
Хорошо, только у меня такого нет на iPad. Я думаю, что если вы мне подскажете, давайте я начну все-таки секцию, работу секции, а там по ходу разберемся. Вот у нас второй номер. Анатолий Ильич, он человек грамотный в этом деле. Значит, если вы ему скажете, то он мне подскажет, как это подключить. А так я включил там, где люди, просто у меня есть список, я этот список вижу. Людей не вижу, но список вижу. Так, уважаемые коллеги, кто меня видит, слышит. Здравствуйте, будем начинать работу нашей секции.
Okay, dear colleagues, let's start with our session. Our session is called System Analysis of the Problems of Industry Development. Just a couple of important words regarding that. As of today, I believe that the industrial part of our national economy is somewhat in a recession. What does it mean? If we are to talk about hierarchy of the national economy structure, well, there is economy to do with international relations, to the global economy, and if we talk about macro level, then it's national economy. Then if we talk about meso level, it's industrial and regional parts. And industrial economy is at a loss on all the levels. If we take a look at the structure of our government, naturally it follows the industrial clusterization on the one hand side, but on the other hand side, we saw this statistical report split by industry sections, and we are using economic codes. And if we take the Federal Council, and I'm following Georgi Borisovich here, we have the Federation Council that represents the regions. We have the Duma, then we have the nano level individuals. And what about the interest? We have interests of the industries, we have the interests of the companies, and we see those interests presented on the executive level, but on the legislative level, but not on the executive level. But that is to present interest of both levels, so to speak, everywhere in all the branches. So let's take a look at the modern industrial aspects. Economic entity aspects, and I checked our section report subjects, and we are exactly fitting this agenda that we are talking about. So let's move on and let's stick to the schedule that we have received from the conference organizer. I want to remind you that every presenter has to stick to the timeline, because visitors may switch between sections to listen to a specific report, and it's very preferable that that they find who they're looking for. So we have around 20 minutes per presenter, and each presenter has to decide on his or her own self how much time to spend on the actual presentation and how much time to leave for question and answers. If the presenter is not interested in questions, then you take the whole 20 minutes. So I would recommend to have this split 15 and 5, 15 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for Q&A. So these are the suggestions, and that's it. Do you have any questions to me at the outset? Do we have any questions from anyone? We don't have any. Okay, thank you. And the first presentation, according to the agenda, is going to be done by Igor Mikhailovich Stepnov. Is he present? Yes. Good morning. So, evolution of entrepreneurship in the digital age, from organizations to business models. So I'm starting to share the screen. Okay, can you see it? Great. So, evolution of entrepreneurship in the digital time. What are we to talk about here? So the digital breakthrough is characterized by this breakthrough happening almost in all the industries, which didn't happen before, because all the changes used to be on a fragment by fragment basis. And previous situation led to the fact that leaders in the industries appeared that served as a locomotive for the progress. But today, the radical digital transformations are happening at the same time in all the industries. And the objective is to demonstrate the possibilities of the evolutionary model of entrepreneurship to decrease the VUCA effect in the expert statements about the advantages of the digital technologies. And we have 4 uncertainties observing at the very least. And first one is the digital solutions uncertainty, then market success uncertainty, strategy or business models uncertainty, because historically strategies were based on the empirical experience, but now, despite the recent decades, we don't have digital business models, so, well, not so many. And the fourth uncertainty is very important. It's because of the social aspect. It's social recognition uncertainty, and it's becoming important these days. So I'm talking about technologies, and I give you this comment for you to understand. I believe that technologies is the main thing that ensures transformations and moving forward. But I want to give this comment that modern technologies, you can split into two parts and into two or three components. There is the transformational part, that's about the material, that's about the tools, and there is the managing part, the digitalized managing part. And today, the technologies, so that leads to a very important conclusion. The technologies used to be limited by the industrial resources, like to manufacture the accumulators, you need some metals. But now the technology transformations are limited by computational speed and digital tools availability. And this universal resource factor changes the picture and changes the competition in the market. So basic cycle model that appeared in 1994, I'm still using it, it's still clear. And these are the prerequisites. I won't spend time of them, you can just read through them quickly. Well, I'm just stating here amongst the prerequisites that the scientific progress is the foundation for economic growth. Developing the economic relations is of a cyclical nature, and there are several cycles of different length. And the creation boom of new organizations and the stages of their evolution depend on the technological progress. As for the model itself, I'm using two sets of coordinates. Innovations and stock. And stock can be accumulated differently. It can be accumulating values, accumulating qualified personnel, accumulating skills, accumulating client loyalty. And innovations effect being a discrete process that interrupts this kind of accumulation and leads to new accumulation of stocks for new ends. And this is the picture that demonstrates the first idea and the first part. And I was using this hypothesis 3 times. So in 1994, I was interested in how technological changes are happening in the product manufacturing company. Then in 2004, I did this work on request. We were doing this for the government of Moscow. We were checking the medium and small enterprises and what their cycles look like. And later on, we were analyzing the crisis. Periods. At the bottom, we have some stages, some time slots for developing the organization. It's like internal timeline for the of the organization that's already there. And at each stage, we are observing several types of movements. And when we're talking Juglar's cycles, we see that the main thing is the idea that launches the project. And in 3 to 10 times, it turns into the company producing product. Then everything becomes about the technology and then investment. And at the beginning, at the idea stage, it's searching for the personnel. At the stage of the product is the set of products that company is able to produce. For instance, Samsung in 90s or Huawei in the last several years. So all the Chinese companies, they are flooding, excuse my expression, they're flooding the market with the products to become product leaders. Then there is a technological leadership, and then the company becomes a company that considers everything through the investment aspect. And all the issues are to be tackled by investment. And if we are to talk about Huawei, they tried to leap from the product stage to the investment stage, and they haven't managed to get to 14 micrometers as far as technology is concerned, and thus they got certain problems. So it's clear that at each stage there can be such movements: growth stabilization, reduction, and then the decision. So either idea dies, or idea is being bought, or is leading the idea owner to create the company. And also, I want to say that this cycle, 3 to 10 years, and it's confirmed by the studies. So this next cycle is also confirmed. And now here we had uncertainty in the fifth section. And large financial groups are going to be stretching this investment period as long as possible. But time showed the changes. The changes that happened after 2010. Why 2010? It's the end of the 2007-2008 crisis and digital penetration into the life. So digital transformation, digital economy, digital something that you can see in the articles and the decisions. That's factor number one. Number two is that the resource model was left aside. In 2010, a famous author wrote that not only resources, but the business model itself is actively involved in creating the value. Everything as a service. So this kind of approach is being everywhere. And Rolls-Royce's engines for clocks is an example. So strategies and resources and organizations, they are on this left-hand side. They are becoming less of the factors determining the competition. Business models become the most important part of the competition. And what's important here? Government supports all the industries a lot in digitalization, and it kind of supports receiving the profits. But then another thing is taxation, and there are some certain tendencies. Taxation starts following business model and not the organization. Like the most well-known example. Google is working in France, receives a lot of revenue, and it's being taxed in a different country. So I think this is an important thing to take into account. So that's for you to understand what a business model is. Just to get an understanding. As of today, Focus company, it's I'm not sure about the Russian term, but the English term is Focus company. Then it's determined by the values. Then with the help of financial services, you get the focus firm. then the suppliers giving their value, there is the logistic, and so there is interaction here. And it's all being functioning in physical environment and virtual environment. And you have to consider that within this ecosystem, this model is placed into an ecosystem and transpires that there are consumers and suppliers outside this ecosystem. And this is a very interesting section, the consumers outside the system, because everyone tries to attract the consumers. Also, there are competitors outside the ecosystem, and there are other ecosystems. And this is a separate thing being mentioned here. There was a very interesting study in shared economy that social approval is very important for ecosystem functioning. And if we are observing healthy competition between Sberbank and Yandex today, and the decisions being made by social approval of the people choosing one or the other. So I'm voting for business models being the leaders in all those changes, and we are observing this shift. We used to have the industrial age with organization evolution, and now we are coming to the digital age and business model evolution. And as for periods, platforms, they have started in 2010 around. Then services, we are here now, and soon we'll have ecosystem. As for the digital society, well, we'll see what's happening there. And as for the strategies prevailing at the stages, is searching for consumers, variability of services, and integrated technologies. So idea, product, technology, and we got the continuation of the scheme in the modern world, and basically we have lived through this stage. You cannot have a new business without a platform, and everything is a service. This is a trend that's important and that transforms many things. And summarizing picture, you can follow this link to read the monography. And we have covered this green part. We have the industrial, we have the evolution and technologies, services, investment, and we are having a bit of an ecosystem part.
Ну и последний комментарий, вот это вот уже моя фантазия по снижению неопределенности, да, ну как бы, наверное, может быть, а может и не быть. Но...
The last yellow column is kind of my fantasy, so that is something that might happen or might not. And so today, when we are all talking about the blockchain and about the uncertainty, we see that there is some quantum calculations. So I have had a chance to work on the quantum.
Значит, я увидел, что кодовый замок от чемодана, все знают, вот такой 4 колесика, да, который, вот этот квантовый компьютер, ну, меньше секунды, да, он его раскрутил и сказал, что код был вот такой, он перебрал все комбинации. Поэтому вот немножечко такое предположение, что будущие стадии, они будут связаны с квантовым веком, и здесь выделяю экзоскелеты, квантовые решения. Но видите пунктиром, да, как это цифровое общество, наверное, мир покажет будущее, но мне кажется, что...
The future belongs to the digital society, but these two directions should be taken into consideration and exoskeletons.
Да, значит, и если осталось у меня время, готов ответить на вопросы. Вот старался успеть. Ну, почти не оставил времени.
Спасибо, Игорь Михайлович. Вопросы к докладчику. Пожалуйста.
Да, если позволите тогда.
Да, да.
Соорганизатора.
Ну, а что ж.
Очень интересный доклад, такой будоражащий мысли. Очень обратил внимание присутствие неопределенности общественного признания. Действительно, роль общества возрастает. Но вопросы. Можно ли вот уточнить что вы понимаете под понятием универсальный ресурс? Поскольку прозвучало так достаточно общее.
Ну, да, он связан с технологиями современными, да, то есть о том, что вот в технологии мы выделяем, вот здесь это.
In all the technologies,
в технологии мы выделяем две компоненты.
That in technologies we see two components, that we have some transformational tools,
и говорим о том, что современные технологии более мощно развиваются за счет второй составляющей в настоящий момент. А в результате и для того, чтобы эта вторая компонента развивалась, нам нужна мощность вычислений и скорость передачи данных. Те самые 5G, да, о котором 6G, о которых мы говорим, передача данных, и компьютерная мощность. И получается, что если раньше в технологии нужны, допустим, берем атомную промышленность или космическую, определенные металлы, определенные топливо там и так далее, мы ограничены отраслевым ресурсом, то для того, чтобы развивать цифровую, то у нас он получается универсальный ресурс, который мы можем найти, он единый для всех отраслей, это вычислительная мощность и скорость передачи данных.
Path passing the data. And there is one limitation, the communication speed, the processing speed. Yes, but the global networks can be private, not the internet only. Yeah, I saw that is the speed of the data.
Я вот именно это хотел уточнить, что сетевое устройство, которое составляет основу цифровой трансформации.
Оно очень важно, да, и скажем, ну, например, я приведу пример такого технологического решения, это самодвижущиеся автомобили, да, вот эти вот беспилотные, да, значит, смотрите, если раньше решалась задача в автомобиле, что он должен...
that allows us to prove that technologies do exist. We considered that these self-driving cars with no driver do allow us not to make that intelligent as human are, but now the car should understand that at any weather the road lights would be of the certain colors. And for example, I'm coming to this or that. Well, yeah, the traffic lights show you what the color it is. Yeah, that is the Internet of Things. Well, the next question is as follows. So, well, you are meaning that this traffic is losing its significance.
По вашему мнению, вернее, по моему мнению, утверждаете, что выбор бизнес-модели является стратегическим решением.
Да.
Well, okay, go on, please. So could you please say that the technology loses its importance? Well, yeah, I understand the question. Well, maybe I haven't discussed that in detail, but now I wouldn't say it's changed really. And they are being replaced business model strategies. And the experience
что какие ресурсы есть внутренние силы нашей компании, внутренние, да, соответствие внешней среде, и вот на этом мы строим.
Then there is the inner capacity. And that it does go together with the system existing.
Но получается очень интересный момент, что меняется внешняя среда. Когда человек или бизнес оказался на Амазоне, или человек в системе Сбербанка, то для него внешняя среда ушла. Заменили как бы защитой рынка. Вот это экосистема ее заменила. Среда — экосистема. И нет необходимости выбирать, вот сравнивать с внешней средой классической.
Но я тут немножко не соглашусь, потому что Amazon нам...
Well, I don't agree with that because the Amazon is something that sends the goods by post, and they are quite easy to be touched. Yeah, but that is something that we can organize. We can organize our business on the Amazon platform and would give us all the client information and all the resources, including the financial ones.
Не о бизнесе, а не о клиентской, так сказать.
Спасибо.
And so I'm talking.
Заходим уже время другого докладчика.
Yes, thank you.
Вопросов много, но Тогда уж
Если
But now that is
связи,
also
то
the
эти много
time for
вопросов,
speaking for
я
the
буду,
other
думаем, организуемся
speaker
следующим образом.
today.
Если у нас будут
Yeah, so
образовываться окна, у которых есть
we
вопросы,
will stay
фиксируйтесь,
in connection.
а
That will
потом эти
organize it
окна
the
будут
following day.
задавать
So
тем
if we have, some free
доклады, которых
windows,
уже
we have
прозвучали.
some pauses, then we would be able to ask the speakers the questions if we still have the time. So now we are moving forward. Now it is Akina
Друзья,
Daria, please. Are you here with
с
us?
нами
So, dear friends, Daria, are you here with us
Анатолий Ильич,
today?
возьмите на себя функцию
Daria,
узнавать заблаговременно,
could you
есть ли у нас
please
докладчики или нет. Дарья Александровна пока отсутствует, то есть она не с нами, я так понял. Тогда у вас, Анатолий Ильич, имеет место быть
right now? She's not with
вопросы
us today, as far as I have
Михайловича, то есть
understood.
давайте сразу
So
используем для
now we
дела.
have some time to
Продолжаем дискуссию, да.
Please.
Да.
Иван
Итак,
Николаевич, ну, поскольку у вас тоже есть вопрос, давайте по очереди.
ну давайте по
Я
очереди.
уже задал вопрос.
So as far as you also have some questions, we may start with yours.
Игорь Михайлович, конечно, вот желание заглянуть.
Sure, thank you. So, Igor, of course, as far as the desire to plunge into the business details is a very good one, and we do approve it. But we are
Вообще-то
still
мы его
people,
так
and we make
используем, как вроде бы само собой понимающееся. Может, у вас есть какое-то определение?
And
Очень много.
as far as we are people who do understand what we are talking about today, maybe you would sign it. And
чем проясняют ситуацию. Попробуйте,
so people,
если у вас есть своя позиция, пожалуйста.
wouldn't really have the understanding of the notion. We should clear it up. So what is a technology? Yes, I do agree with you entirely. That's the definition of technology is one that has 1,000 options. And so there is an Italian representative, the representative of the Italian university defined it. He had been doing the systematization for a lot of years.
And the technology.
And so that is the transformation of this or that object and its integration into the society. And so that is the way of transformation. And it creates multiple definitions. So there is one transformation that makes this object to be applied in this or that society. So that is quite a simple one.
This is very important. Yes, naturally, if we take a look at the old system, we were talking about when we were talking about the industrial age, everything was ensured by the industrial means. And today, I believe, and this is my conclusion, that the modern way is being supported by the digital means. So without the digital means, the technology won't be in demand, so to speak. Okay, thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. Dear colleagues who take part in this session, you can ask your questions. We have lots of time because the next presentation is planned for 10:50, so please ask your questions.
Анатолий Ильич, включайтесь.
Anatoly Evgenich, you can join.
Да, переключаюсь между режимами. Значит, у нас пока нет и следующего докладчика, я не вижу в списке.
So we don't have the next presenter here yet. Yeah, we'll be talking to Igor Mikhailovich. Talking to the colleagues is something that we lost during this pandemic, and moreover, I'm happy to feel this. I like feeling this nostalgic, and I'm always happy to communicate, to clarify the thought, to change the vector, and so on. And you know, sometimes you can hear such a comment that changes your mindset upside down. Yeah, and we have this ecosystem image on the screen, and I got this idea. Is it possible that ecosystem is an analogy for industrial vision for the future? Well, I was referring to one slide, several slides back, and today people are talking a lot about the fact that digital economy, well, I don't like this word, but anyhow, the digital world dilutes the limits between the industries. For instance, Sberbank starts working like Amazon, supplying goods, and starts working in the medicine, and also Yandex go into the segments where it's competitive, where it's in demand, where it can earn money. So probably this is not. This is more of a protection from the market. It's like a boundary. The ecosystem. The ecosystem protects those three players that you see in the center. It reduces the transportation costs, reduces the access to information, and connects with the consumer. And here we may refer to Marx even. The beginning of capitalism is coordination, we remember from his books. So I'd say this ecosystem being a modern digital factory that coordinates all this process and it makes money with that. What it'll lead to, I don't want to discuss it. Either it'll be digital slavery and you'll get digital rentier who will be getting the interest. But we are here. Something is forming this ecosystem. And by the way, all the modern companies, they have losses because all their revenues, they are spending on attracting the customer, like Ozone, who's done IPO recently. So we have our bank, and we are receiving services in this bank. The customer considers, well, maybe I get the loan in a different bank. And the bank says, why? Let's offer something extra. And Nabiulina was not happy about consumers being offered complex investment projects. And then the bank suggests, well, let's treat this client remotely, so client becomes a patient too, and let's offer some other services and so on. So it may be an industrial ecosystem. I know of such. I'm aware of such attempts, but I think that easy victories in the markets are over now. You know, when you create a platform and you win. I think this time is coming to a close and some heavyweights are coming. And how are heavyweights going to fight each other? Are they going to fight with the consumers and with the suppliers that they managed to accumulate? And I would agree with the previous comment. We cannot see this far into the future, but we can reduce the uncertainty. I understand that my response can be argued, but that's my vision. Thank you. Any other questions?
Да, то, что все, что касается цифровой эпохи, цифровой экономики,
everything to do with digital age, digital epoch. You know, we get stuck with this terminology without necessarily understanding what's behind it and what will be behind it in the future. So, as for the real situation in this sphere, As for this sphere and use the terminology in the sphere, it's not always okay, you know. And you know this term digitalization.
Зарубежных авторов, скажем, ну, таких, которые, начиная с Зотто, например, да, которые много пишут об этом, как бы есть у них...
So that is like, you know, starting with Zot, an author. And what we have is the copying the information, and that's it, and nothing more. So that's this part, actually. And so that is the digital transformation. And that is the term DT, and they don't even write digital transformation. They just simply use it by defining it by 2 letters only. And so the term digital economy doesn't even exist. And so that is something that, you know, can exist only in the Soviet one. So that is in Kazakhstan and Ukraine and in Russia that is used. And so there is no rework like that. So, okay, thank you very much, dear friends. So we're not going to torture you, you know, and to make new layers with our own ideas. I guess you can do it even without us, and to promote the idea that you have created in the 90s. And so that is kind of a prolonged work on the issue and the understanding. So here in this field, what we do, we wish you the all success possible. And now we'll try to find out whether our colleagues are here. Akinfeeva, Ekaterina, and Nikonova Maria. Dear colleagues, are you here with us? No. Well, the nearest present is 11 to 11:50. Okay, I guess then done. That is the clusterization and behavioral economy. So we will use the next. That would be Igor Viktorovich Bashilhanov, who will be the next. And so we will let our other colleagues appear. Well, I see that Anton Afanasyev, which is for 11:10, has switched on. So that is for 11:10. Who is that? That is Afanasyev Anton. Okay, so if Mr. Afanasyev is with us today, then I am ready to start. Okay, thank you very much, Anton. And so as far as we are out of our agenda, well, you know, some of people who are supposed to talk before you, are you ready to start with your presentation? So I guess that right now, if you will allow us to ask you some questions, we would be very glad to ask you them. Yes, thank you very much. Well, I'm sure that I will stick to the agenda and that would be possible. Well, so what should I do to share the screen? Just a moment, please.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. And I would like to present today the presentation, which is, I'm sorry for that, which is dedicated to the topic economic forecasting of Gazprom natural gas in the Tyumen region fields for 1985 up to 2020. But I would also like to speak shortly about econometric forecasting and the Wuhan coronavirus spreading all over the world. Yes, of course, we would be glad to listen to both of your thoughts. It's very precious for us. So the first one would be dedicated to the Gazprom. So why Gazprom on the Tyumen region? Well, actually, on the territory of the region, Gazprom has 55% of the resources of natural gas being explored, and from the pits, Gazprom extracts 93% of its natural gas. So actually, the forecasting of the gas extraction in the Tyumen region is quite a relevant issue for us. So the tools for prognosis are the productional functions. I would like to point out some work by Kleiner that is dedicated to some productional functions, and also the works by Doctor of Science and the main researcher, the senior researcher, which is Mr. Warszawski. The work had been written in 1976, who has offered some productional functions at prognosis at the elite republics of the Soviet Union. So what has been made? We had the econometric analysis for the productional functions, and what we have found out is that according to the classical notions of the gas extraction functions, we define the power exponential function, which has been elaborated by Warszawski. And so this function is actually the gas extraction that is depending on the average year cost of the productional foundations compared to 1990. So it is taken with the lag, and actually that is the number of stocks of the natural gas since 1963, which is G. And actually, of course, we could have replaced G by the resting stock, which are equal to the stocks gathered. So actually, the stocks are always being re-evaluated, these cumulative stocks present. So we still just left it as it is. I would like to show you the results of our econometric research for 2 periods of time that have been made in 2008 and in 2013 and 14. So if we will take a look at the table, we would see that considering the economical ratio, these coefficients for the G show that they are corresponding to the economical indices, which can be positive or negative both, but the accumulated stock is something that depends on the negative coefficient, and so the basic foundations should have the positive index. So actually it's level, and so this G index is being reduced. So considering the econometric indices, we see that the prognosis possibilities and capacities are quite high, and that the determination is quite close to 1. So the Darwin-Watson statistics shows that autocorrelation is absent in the rests, and that coefficients and the parameters of the function are statistically significant. So what are the periods from 1985 up to 1991 and from 1985 to 1993? So how are they being forecasted? How do we forecast the natural gas extraction? We do it up to 1991. So the first function has been showing from 1985 to 1991. And so what we see are the mistakes of ex-post prognosis. And they are quite low, except for some crisis years, which are 2005, 2014, 2015, and 2016. The same is for the function, which has been researched from 1985 up to 1993. Here, the error level is a bit higher. Still, they are actually not quite high. And so if we see the mistakes level, so considering the error level, we see that the arithmetic mean here is about 4.8% for the function for 1985 up to 1991, and for the second function, it is nearly 4%, and that's it. So the forecast for the Gazprom and the Tumen region, including the loss for the natural gas, and without calculation for the Gazprom oil. So for the first function, it is 413 billion of meters in cube, and for the second one, that is 386. And we see the reduction of the natural gas extraction. So the conclusions for the function, we would say that it has quite good forecasting capacities, because the arithmetic mean, we see that the error level is not more than 5%. And I see that these functions, that these means and these functions might be used by our ministries and governmental bodies. And I would like to say that the Wuhan coronavirus prognosis and forecasting is vitally important. As far as we have been in this digital environment, well, maybe we would be able to ask you the questions right now. So, well, the previous speaker hasn't been here, so maybe you would speak up for you and for the previous speaker. So if you have any questions for our respected speaker, you are welcome to ask them. So I have the first question. So what makes it important to make this analysis? Well, we have the oil, we extracted, the more the better. So who needs these statistics? Who needs this analysis? So how would we explain this necessity to use this econometric model to forecast the gas and oil extraction? As far as before, we had, the forecasting period up to 2020, and now it's nearly something that has gone into the past. Yes, thank you very much, Ivan. Yes, the function allows us to forecast the extraction for 1 year. And we have the arguments that are being well defined. So, in fact, the methods of forecasting that are already being used in geology and are used by engineers are the ones that comprise quite a complicated mathematical apparatus, which comprises a lot of formulas and mathematical equations, and they allow us to forecast the gas and oil extraction. I wouldn't say that it's extremely complicated and that it makes our analysis more difficult. All we need the two foundations, two stocks, and one formula. Well, of course, there are also loading capacities that should be taken into consideration, but still, the idea is something important, just because, Gazprom is one of the Russian and global hugest, biggest oil and gas companies that work on extraction. And of course, it is influenced by currencies influx. And the Tumen region is one of the regions that is the richest in sources and in stocks for natural gas. And so here are a lot of economic possibilities to use it where these statistics might be applied. Oh, thank you very much for your answer. Could you please precise who would be able to use the method that you have proposed? So, well, first of all, that is Gazprom that might use it. And I'm not quite sure how much Gazprom uses these functions, but, you know, I have been lecturing there in 2010. I have been lecturing at the National Research Institution on this topic, and so our colleagues from Gazprom showed interest in it, and considering other tools and instruments, they might use it, because as far as the more instruments and the tools you have, the more precise goes your forecast. Okay, I see now. Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Well, you know, I have concluded already my ideas. So are there any other questions in the first part? Do you have any other questions for your colleague? Yes, I do have the question. Yes, you know, we still have the time, so I hope I might ask him. Anton, well, we understand that for the forecasting, the error checking is made afterwards. So I would like to make several questions. So how do you explain the growth of the error checking growth in 2018? Because the average mean, arithmetic mean, might also change for your formula. So how do you explain that? I mean, the blue graphics, the blue tablet. Yeah, that's it. Yes, you know, this figure doesn't show any real crisis, but the error checking has shown the growth. Yes, the function does actually, if we consider this one and the second one, really does have more or less questions according to this or that year. So considering 2020, I would say that what we observe is the reduction, and that is what the Gazprom and the ministry agree on. And so this error checking level might go down too. But considering 2021, it's hard to say. Why are we really talking about 2018 and 2019? I guess that these discrepancies are being explained by the coefficients of the function. Because, you know, in 2018, and the blue one, there had been no crisis and no blow-ups. But if we take a look at the red one, we see that actually the outlier hasn't been a huge one. So everything depends on some periods being into consideration and being explored by the function. And the second question, please. Well, the second question is connected to the fact that the extraction of gas and oil is going down, and we see that the demand is really changing. And so our previous speaker has said that, you know, the recognition of Gazprom is also changing, and so you should lower your price, you know, so that it would correspond to the demand existing. So does your function also include these parameters that is dedicated to some social recognition? Well, it's not being taken into consideration directly because that is loading capacity that is taken into consideration, so this function does not. But still, what we could say really is that the reasons of this reduction and how to show it is as follows. Well, in fact, this reduction that has been observed the last years, I will speak for the years 2018 and 19, while answering to your question. So the question is the question of warm winters. You know, the previous winter has been warm, and so the demand for gas is slowing down. Secondly, and what is more obvious, is the pause, the cessation of the Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is a bottleneck, a narrow place, doesn't allow us to make the extraction grow. And so that is the stream that should be launched, but it's not launched yet. And now, as far as we have the pipeline limits, we see these limitations for the northern pits. Yes, I see that that is one of the issues to be taken into consideration. So we see everything is already being ready, but there is no pipeline. Yes, but that is also the Turkish problem. So the Turkish, they do buy our oil and then they don't. So yes, there is some kind of uncertainty. Yeah, so we don't know the current situation, if we're coming back to this problem or not. So thank you very much that you have started talking about the funds, the stocks. So now we're talking about the product as a service and business as a service. And so Gazprom may also be buying the working hours for the pumps, but not the pumping station themselves. So this coefficient for the foundations of the Gazprom shouldn't be calculated here because they're not taken into consideration by your model. So these are some digital transformations. Are they taken into consideration or not? Yeah, that's an extremely interesting question. So actually, this model doesn't take it into consideration. And what is interesting here is that whether Gazprom would be integrating it or not. So if Gazprom is projecting to do that, then I would say that it would have been interesting, and we should include it into the formula. So that would be very interesting. That would be a very interesting research, whether Gazprom shows that the overall tendency. So we will have the events. So Kamaz has said that they would enlarge the production of the trucks. They would open simply, you know, the enterprises that would provide you to take into loan these trucks. So the station, so the Gazprom client would say, we would simply buy the hours of work of your station. Is it possible?
Well, I think that Gazprom, well, it's big and there is inertia. Well, this is the discussion. Do we have any questions on the first part of presentation by Anton Alexandrovich? If there are no more questions, then we give floor to him and let him talk about more interesting things that are to do with our current situation. Anton Alexandrovich, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Ivan Nikolaevich. Dear colleagues, allow me to proceed to the second part of my presentation that is dedicated to economic forecasting and official published numbers of the infected population of Russia during fall and winter of 2020-2021 to do with proliferation of Ukrainian coronavirus. I'll talk about the forecasts and how they are being realized between 10th of November and 9th of December. Why such dates? because recently we had a roundtable within the conference, strategic development of companies, and I was honored to present the econometric forecast. And I would like to have a look at how they are being realized within the month. So I'll quote Chief Doctor of Komunarka Hospital, Denis Protsenko. He said that it's not a good thing to make forecasts about the Wuhan coronavirus. Because all the so I think that with the help of statistics we can also get some certain results despite such an opinion. The objective of this forecasting is for us to understand what we may expect in the future, and maybe such forecasts will be useful for our healthcare and for the governmental agencies to take measures against dissemination of the infection. So I'll tell you what I mean by Wuhan coronavirus. It's the second coronavirus of the severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS-CoV-2, that causes the COVID disease 2019, COVID-19. Why do I use this Wuhan coronavirus term? I'll explain. This is the initial name for this virus. That's what it was called in the Chinese Republic and in Europe. Not to use these complex terms like SARS, CoV, we'll be using the synonym, the initial name of the virus. So we've made forecasts for the spring stage of coronavirus spreading in Moscow and in Russia. It was done on the 25th of April and on the 9th of May, and the precision of those forecasts amounted to 10% with a 4 to 5 weeks forecast. So for April and for May. The peak was forecasted in Moscow one day before the actual peak happened. Similar situations in Russia. As for June, the forecast and the actual numbers started going apart. And now I would like to tell specifically about the fall and winter forecasts. I'll repeat that in the roundtable for strategic development and of the companies, I have presented my forecast. You can check the link in my presentation. So what kind of functions? We used the squared Gauss exponent. That's gamma t is the officially published number of people contracting coronavirus by the citizens of Russia. And I decided to take 3 functions, not to complicate understanding. What can we see here? You can see here that these functions are describing the situation and the process quite well from the econometric point of view. You can see the square and so on, and we can see that statistically, we can see the statistically meaningful coefficients. We see the negative square, and these negative numbers tell us that there will be a peak in a function. Why did we take the 22nd, 23rd of September? Sorry, there is an issue with Anton Alexandrovich's connection. Yeah, it's unfortunate, or maybe fortunate. Have they discussed the intervals? Well, up to 5 minutes.
Так, отключился.
Okay, he disconnected. Well, probably he'll relog in. Yep. Dear colleagues, I'm so sorry. Something happened with my connection. It happens, and we are happy that you're back. Thank you. All right. Let's start from the beginning. Right. The internet does not always work well, unfortunately. So there is the daily peak forecasting. Right. I've got it looks like I've got an error here. No, everything's fine. So daily peaks are being forecasted by the 10th, 12th, 20th, and 30th of September functions. So daily peaks. Daily peaks may amount to 20,500, 26, or 30,000. As for data for 2021, there is a big difference in peaks. 30th of May, 5th of May, and 5th of June. So we have the total number of infected people as a result at the end of the second wave of coronavirus. It's hard to predict whether we'll arrive at 0 or it'll stabilize at low numbers. So here you see the curves for these functions. The red is the actual numbers. And if we take a look, we will be able to see that for around 5 weeks, the actual numbers were lower, were close to the lower function, and then after the 19th of November or something, from the 15th of October to the 20th of November, 19th of November, they were close to the lower function, to the lower curve, and then the actual numbers started approaching the middle green function, and for 3 weeks they were around there until today. But thing is that several days ago we can see that the actual value started approaching the red function. That gives the peak number of 30,000, but then there was a decrease with reversal to the green function. Here you can see it better.
Сейчас посмотрим, какие ошибки прогноза получаются.
And we'll take a look at the errors in forecasts. So we can see the errors in the forecast.
Они начинают расти, то есть у средних где-то, да, после 21 числа.
After the 21st of November, we are observing the increase 20 to 22%, so quite a rapid growth. Starting from the 9th of November, the purple function.
У нее как раз значения, у средней, эти значения начинают падать.
the purple functions values start dropping. And the error rate in the forecast is decreasing. So these are the forecast errors that were happening before this presentation in the roundtable. And we have the fourth mean value here. So as for forecast errors, the second function, the medium function, gives the error rate of mean arithmetic error of 7.4% for 14 days ahead. And the one that's 35 days ahead gives the error of 6.5% from the 17th of November till December. Basically, the conclusions are repeating what I've said regarding those functions. We can just say that the functions 3 and 4, they are creating this forecast corridor. It does not exceed a small percentage. So basically this is it, and I would express my gratitude to Professor Blagoveshensky, Professor Baranov, and Olga Ponomareva for their assistance and comments on current current presentation. Okay, do we have any questions to the second part of the presentation? The second part is very typical one. And while people are thinking, I'll ask mine straight ahead. You know, your models, the error is growing after the peak. How can you explain it? Is it because we are getting, is it because of the long term or any other reason? That's an interesting thing. It can grow due to the time distance, so to speak. And you see it's approaching the actual numbers are approaching the other curves. It tells us that either statistics was not reflecting full data before, and that may lead us to the upper functions, or
И поэтому как бы действительно вот этот ранний режим, он начинает здесь проявляться.
Yes, that's why we are getting what we are getting here, or it's connected with some random factors. Because, you know, it's officially published numbers, you know, we do not know the actual real numbers. Well, that's what many experts say, like doctors and everything. So it's hard to say something here. You can say probably the following, that unlike the spring phase, we were catching the peaks, and the forecast dynamics was following the real dynamics. Here, probably we get some extra unexpected factors, like more testing. The functions probably can specify the boundaries, the thresholds, and it's also quite good, I think, as there are a lot of unexpected factors happening. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Yeah, and I also want to mention that we can see here that the forecasted peaks are ahead of the actual numbers, so there is a certain delay here. It looks like these functions are showing something to use for, approximation and planning.
Вижу. Антон Александрович, спасибо. Еще вопросы?
Thank you, Anton Alexandrovich. Do we have any other questions for this presenter? It's published, right? It's available to us, right? I think presentation is published. As for the roundtable presentation, yeah, it's posted, although there are some typos in there. This part is not yet published. Well, I hope that part of it will be published. We are planning to publish it in Business Informatics magazine in the fourth book, 2020. Okay. So from what I understand, we don't have any more questions to Anton Alexandrovich. If so, then let us thank him for such an big presentation, both parts being really interesting. Let us wish all the best. And now, as for our agenda, we are approaching lunchtime. We have it planned at 11:30. We have 5 minutes before it, and we'll resume the second part with the presentation of Igor Viktorovich Bashelkanov. From what I understand, he is here amongst the participants, so we'll start with him, and then we'll be checking which speakers are here. So for now, I say goodbye, and we are having a break until 10 minutes to 12, to midday, and bon appetit, because it's coffee time and lunchtime. See you soon.
Так, друзья.
So, dear friends, the participants of the fifth section, we are continuing our work today, and so we're finishing our break. Can you hear me well? Friends and colleagues, yes, sure, we do hear you, and so as far as I have promised you, we pass the floor to Mr. Bashalhanov, and the topic is behavioral economy, clusterization of quantum-like decision and the making of the regions. Well, that seems to be extremely interesting, and I hope that our speaker will explain to us what it actually means. So, Igor Viktorovich, you're welcome. Yes, I'm downloading a video. Yes, thank you.
Так, я нажал совместное.
Well, I have switched on. I have shared my screen. Yeah, we may see it. Yes, we see the presentation now.
Извините.
Oh, sorry for that screen.
Так, здравствуйте, уважаемые.
So, good afternoon, dear colleagues and dear guests and participants of the International Scientific and Practical Conference Biennale System Analysis in Economy 2020. So the topic of our discussion today is behavioral economy and discovery of quantum-like clustering of subject decision making. So my co-authors are Dyomkin Nadezhda and some our students Korsakov Sergey and Popov Daniel.
Так, ну, в общем, на какие достижения научные мы опирались?
So what are the main scientific basis articles and works we have been directing ourselves on? So that these are the articles and the works by Bogdanov, who has been talking about the achievements of the Russian and of the Soviet scientific and researcher of the 20th century, and the works of Ralph Hartley on Conan and Claude Shannon's works, which are already widely known, and these are the series that make the basis for all the modern computers, informational communication technologies. So besides that, we should also know George Zipf, Daniel Kahneman, Mr. Tversky, who has found out some of the regularities. So Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky have been working a lot on some regularities of economy, and Daniel Kahneman has been awarded by the Nobel Prize. Kharkievich, Mr. Kharkievich is a director of an institution of the information and data transaction problems, and of course Khrenikov Andrei has pushed us to the idea of the social laser, and we have applied it and his results to demonstrate our technology. I'm sorry for that.
Ну вот, соответственно, здесь как раз упоминается.
So we also would like to note the Zipf law is being presented on the slide. So considering the Zipf law, the work of Professor Kolomak from the institution for the Russian Department of the Russian Academy of Science in the north. So actually, his work results are shown on the graphs and on the figures. So these are the problems that arise from the application of the CIP law that defines the distribution of population among the cities. So here are the data used in 1991 and the data for 2013, and for a number of mediocre and small towns of the Soviet Union and of the Russian Federation. And like that, we have managed to create these figures. And thus, we come to a conclusion that the CIP law is not an objective criteria for the Russian and for the Soviet towns and cities in order to characterize them. And even today, in the conditions of the market economy, as far as new sizes have been defined, because for the Western countries, the CIP law does work, but in Russia and in the Soviet Union, it doesn't, and it can't be actually applied. So the data for 2013 tells us that nowadays this distribution of population among the cities doesn't really correspond to the one that the CIP law tells us it should be. And so here you see the significant deviations. So we have also been using the work that has been published in summer 2020 that shows the definition, and we have reached the positive results while testing this function, that the number of data and the amount of data is necessary for voting while making a decision. It's something that depends on the logarithm of the subject type. So that is the zeta distribution. So here we see the clusterization parameters of certain regions that do correspond geographically and economically and to some other characteristics. And the results of our work are the blue lines on the figure. So that is the result to be compared with the previous one. So what we see on the x-axis, that is the region one, and on the other axis we see the level for the social improvement. So the gray one is with the gray we see the voting in 1991, which is the one that shows the already known results. In yellow, we show the inversion for this 2020 figure. So the level actually has been reinverted, and the green figure shows the situation while voting in 1993. Furthermore, the red line shows the direct line, which is the border we're using the Bogdanov terms, so that is the technological border. I will explain in the further slides that is actually has the direct connection with the straight line by Hartley. So we replace it by the Hartley-Bogdanov definition. Well established in science. So what does this mean? That means that we see the gray, yellow, and green lines coming closer to this technological border line at the final end of the region rank red line level. So the yellow line is quite close to the straight line of Hartley-Bogdanov, and thus the technological border that makes, in this particular case, the criterion that allows this separation, this division of the competences and of the powers. I wouldn't say powers, but of the methodology is in this very case used by the measure formula of the source of physiology information. And so here is actually the formula that also shows the amount of information before decision making. Then the capacity of target set and of the information of the source of counterproductive information and the source of productive information. So what do we see here are the notions in English. So that is the formula that has been used to make up these figures with some of the assumptions allowed. Furthermore, while creating our figure, we have been using the LKLB process that have been found in 2008, and we have published a work on it in the materials of National Research University ETMO, and published at the Conference of Social Physics and Social Engineering. So in this very case, what we see is this Hartley pink direct straight line. So that is the Hartley line. And that means that if people should define the number at a certain period, starting from 0 up to 10 billion, then the picture might vary, meaning that all the personalities that are male make decisions that do follow the Hartley straight line. But a certain number of females, while making the same institutional decision, have economized up to 7 or 8 bits of information in order to make a right decision. And actually, according to that, we have made reports at the previous conference of system analysis in economy that was held in 2018, that we have found that borderline, that technological borderline that divides these two parts. So the upper part is the part where a human makes a decision irrationally and counterproductively. The pink line of the Hartley straight line, that is the absolutely rational solution, and the down part, the lower part that is behind this lower, the pink straight line, so where we see the green line, it corresponds to the productive rational solutions. So considering 2015, there has been published a work dedicated to abnormal processes of probable mortality of members of a certain social and economical community. In this very case, that is the population of a certain city or a town of the Russian Federation on the 13th, 14th century. So here you see the correspondence of the black line. So the black line, that is the mean line of probability of mortality, depending on the age cohorts. So 4, 9, 10, 14, 15, 19, and actually on the axis of ordinates, you might see this probability grow. So that is what the researchers from the Volgograd Academy of Science and of Agriculture of the President have published. That is the work by Barabanov. So the blue line here, the blue line shows the probability of mortality of males. The white line is probability of mortality for females. So this data has been achieved by archaeological data from necropolis from the city of the 14th, 13th century. And according to that, we have made an amendment to the Halpert-Meikman formula that also describes in reality this very picture. And mostly interesting is that the first and the third components that are summoned correspond to Halpert-Meikman law. So the conclusions. It has been proved that the discovery of quantum-like clusterization of decision-making by regions of the Russian Federation is confirmed, and its significance for behavioral economics is emphasized. The second one, clusterization of decision-making by the subjects of the USSR was found. The third one, we propose modeling on the information plane in information coordinates, as well as using a straight Hartley line on it. And the fourth, further ideas about the LCLB process of LKLB calculus based on measure of social-physical solution are developed and are modeled to obtain graph according to the social laser effect by Krennikov. So I will explain that once again. So here are the results. So what you see here, the gray line is here, is the one, well, you see the gray points. So that is the condition for 1991. And that is the moment before the fall of the USSR. And so that is 1993. And that is the red line. I'm sorry, it's not straight, it's just the line. That the curved one, but you know, it looks nearly like the straight one. It only outframes this very range space. So actually, well, while we're talking about 1991, Well, in 2 years, the situation changes dramatically. So the gray curve grows into the 1993 curve, where we see, well, the subjects, when we are evaluating subjects here, which are the regions of the Russian Federation for 1993, do correspond actually to the fact that all the regions had nearly equal data amount before making decisions. So well, actually, I would like to highlight once again that what we see here, these are uncalibrated data results for regions decision-making of the USSR or of the Russian Federation, and thus it means the absolute meaning might be received by the coefficients, by the parameters that have not been included while use of this very function. So actually this slide shows a formula that is a conceptual formula, because here what we see is the introduction of socio-physical information, including the Hartley and Shannon information and Harkevich data too. So well, this very formula is a conceptual one, and in order to create these very figures, we had to allow some of the assumptions that help us to come to a certain conclusion. That means, well, yeah, I'm coming up to an end. So in order that we could have this path, we should get a certain amount of information, and I would also like to add that this path to a certain amount of information is allowed by the quantum theory of information, which have been explained by Mikhail Gorodetsky and by Jonathan Eppingem from Cambridge University and Andrew Subwinter in 2006. So please don't get surprised that this very index is quite possible for the modern theories, and the negative amount of information, well, in general, that might correspond and that might be used within the theory of information that is being developed lately.
Thank you. And if you have any questions, yeah. Yeah, you have exceeded the time a bit, but I'm knowing that after you, my co-organizer is going to present, but I think we can take a little bit of his time to ensure clarity. We do understand what's behavioral economics, clusterization, and so on, but what you wanted to communicate with your presentation, well, either I wasn't prepared, but I didn't understand. So could you explain the objective of your report or presentation? And when we make decision, when Soviet and Russian cities make decisions, what we are talking about? You know, Cartley, Gomberts, and other authorities were saying things. So, you know, I don't really understand what's behind it. So can you somehow translate your presentation into Russian, so to speak? Sorry for this question.
Дело в том, что я еще раз повторяю, что в 2018 году.
Yes, I repeat myself. In 2018, we made a presentation in the same conference dedicated to the behavioral economics, and this is the second part, like 2 years later. main thing is, the main conclusion of this main conclusion was that we have added to Kahneman-Tversky's model with a third mechanism, decision-making mechanism. So in model of Kahneman-Tversky, they have the slow decision-making. This is close to our rational decision-making process, and quick decision-making at the level of intuition, guesses, and so at the level of emotional intelligence, so to speak. And to differentiate between those, we need a criterion. This is the straight line of Arthur-Hartley, and this is the boundary. And we are referring to Bogdanov's work, the famous Bogdanov's works on organizational economy at the beginning of the 20th century. So in this straight line, and using Hartley's example, we identify the criterion that allows to differentiate between those three decision-making patterns. First of all, well, wait, still, three mechanisms. I heard about the two: slow decision-making close to rational decision-making, and there is another approach Kahneman suggesting, and it supports our intuition and emotion, right, and other characteristics that allow to receive rational but a faster solution. Now we have split irrational into two parts: irrational productive and irrational counterproductive pattern. And they are different from the straight line of Hartley. Of course, it's relative. The straight line is relative. But since we are introducing information coordinates into the information plane, this is not the specific line, but a real line in this plane. And this is the foundation for the calculation of these characteristics, social and economic characteristics, to make a decision, to evaluate the number, the bits that have been received by the population before making decision. Okay, what about the Zipf's law? Sorry, I'm new to the subject, but what is this law about, and what does it have to do with anything? Yeah, well, we have used it to make a conclusion. I wanted to say that Zipf's law is not an absolute law, and a number of works support that, including the Kalmak. First of all, I'm interested in the essence, in the point of the law. So what's the point of this law? Zipf's law states that if we take the population numbers for Moscow, for Tver, and analyze social and economic aspects. So if we take them and if we list them accordingly, then these cities will become part of the graph that is reflected in the slide where I'm quoting Karl Marx. So here we are saying that there are many understandings of Zipf's law. So here we have this number equals 1 divided by x alpha. If we take the simplest mathematical variety, and there are many interpretations. We don't need many interpretation. Yes, we can see you know a lot, and you're jumping between things, but I think you need to go step by step to make sure that people who are not deep into this, for such people to understand you. You're saying about making a sequence or listing the number. What do you mean? You take Moscow population, or take Leningrad or St. Petersburg, if you talk about Russian Federation, Yekaterinburg, Novosibirsk, and so on. And you go from the largest listed from the largest population to the smallest population. And this dependency you can reflect in the graph that's displayed by Karl Marx. And there you can see range logarithms, population logarithms for USSR and for Russia. So, for foreign countries, for foreign cities, this law works real well. And there was the problem with the cities which existed in the Soviet Union times and that exist in the Russian Federation. They are not following the Zipf's law, especially at the edges of the considered ranges. The largest numbers, larger cities and the smallest towns do not fit this law. Okay. Probably I monopolized the right of the moderator to ask the questions. Maybe we should have had a separate discussion outside this section, and hopefully I'll find answers to my questions. I want to ask the people present here, does anyone have questions to Igor Viktorovich? It looks like there are no questions, and as students say, there are two cases when there are no questions. First case is when everything clear, second case when everything is not clear, and we need to guess which this case is. Nonetheless, thank you for your presentation. Good luck with this. The behavioral economics is an extremely important sphere, and unfortunately it hasn't become strong enough. We need to popularize this in the universities, and in long since time to create the departments for behavioral economics in the economic universities of our country for us to clearly understand this. And the thing is that the rational approach that we were talking about throughout our whole life, in reality, they are not used by the managers in the companies who make decisions. And of course, they use anything except for the rational proposals that you get as a result of modeling calculations. Normally, they make rational decisions using their intuition, knowledge, intelligence, and just to use based on their mood in the end. And by the looks of it, behavioral economics aims at supporting this process, and how it does it, it's extremely important. but unfortunately, I didn't understand anything from this presentation. Yeah, I agree. I'm ready to meet and have a conversation. Main thing is that the first part of the presentation happened in 2018. But I have to rewatch things to figure out this part. But nonetheless, it's very important, it's very systemic. It's something that has to be discussed now, especially since Tversky and Kahneman have received the Nobel Prize for that, and I think there are more researchers on the way in this sphere, and our students are working hard, and we hope that they will become Nobel Prize winners too. Well, at least they'll be aspiring for that. Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you, Ivan Nikolaevich. Dear colleagues, since it so happened that we have started a discussion with Igor Viktorovich, Anatoly Ilyich Solovyov, he is the organizer of this section and it's my co-moderator. I hope that Anatoly Ilyich will be okay if his presentation happens when we have a gap or when we have time to listen to him. I think organizers have to be the ones who suffer. And now I give floor to Lela Germanova Pashtova, if she's here. No, she's not here. She's not here. Okay. We have Tamara Alexeyevna, the next presenter, present. Who is scheduled at 12:50. Well, then Anatoly Ilyich, we give floor to you and we talk about ecosystem of the organization. It's also an important sphere that requires our attention and definition and structuring regarding the economics. Thank you, Ivan Nikolaevich. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Stating this title, using this title for my presentation, probably I have overestimated my opportunities in terms of time and in terms of complexity of the matter that I am about to raise. That's why I asked my presentation to happen later or to be removed altogether, because this presentation wasn't ready to be a presentation. So it'll be a free exchange of thoughts that I have got at the moment. So what the foundation was here. Georgy Borisovich Kliner and me, we are working on system economy. Starting from 2014, I really like this paradigm. I really like it for subsystems, and the first experience was description of the industrial system, in particular the aerospace industry, and it went well. You could have determined subsystems, processes, you can have environmental aspects and so on. And there it worked really well, and I have specified the external connections because each of these such subsystems functions and interacts with some third-party organizations. Moreover, when we talk about system economy, it's important to talk about boundaries, to have a clear understanding what's within the system and what's part of what are the elements of the systems and what's outside the system, what's outside the boundary that we have around the system. It worked really well. The next step was to move on to system paradigm in nanoeconomics, in micro and mesoeconomics, in macroeconomics. Yeah, it worked there, and even the cushion that was described by Stephen Beard was there. All those different economic systems, different in scope, can be nicely described using the system paradigm. You can detect 4 elements. Yeah, you can show that each element has a different scope. In microeconomics, the object and process systems are prevailing. Then in macro systems, the environmental subsystems prevail. And that was kind of a message for me, telling that system approach can be implemented everywhere. And deciding to research ecosystems, it was the first time that I found myself in a deadlock, because it doesn't fit the system paradigm, the environment. As for ecosystem, this is a popular term these days that's used very often, and it's applied to different types of organizations interacting, and there are some published works, and our colleague from Euros University published a paper which describes several subsystems. And there are several works by Georgi Borisovich who described the ecosystems as future ways of elements interaction. And there are other works, but I haven't prepared the presentation. That's why I'm not giving you the links. And if you're interested, then I'll be able to provide you with this information. So what kind of forms do we have there? Holding form is considered to be ecosystem. Clusters are considered to be ecosystems. Then other systems like developmental acceleration is also an ecosystem. Of course, there are different approaches, and economic entities are integrated differently to tackle different tasks. And Sberbank ecosystem mentioned today, well, to me, it's a unique phenomenon, because as of today, I cannot identify what is the system forming element for this ecosystem. Either it's a bank that creates certain environment for the money to flow, providing money to subsidiaries, receiving revenues and so on, thereby limiting the financial asset circulation within the system, protecting itself from certain risks of market reality. Or maybe it's a different, we should have a different understanding that says that a bank creates an ecosystem to create information sources of information about the customers. And different subsidiaries, they provide transportation services, retail, commerce, medical services. Everything is about working with people, and people is about payments and providing credit card details. And thus you accumulate a huge data set and pool of the data about the customers that are not specifically Sberbank customers. And then Sberbank starts interfering into personal life of people who have nothing to do with Sberbank itself, thereby creating a certain way to promote the services. And there are ways, and you can also stimulate the customers, and you can catch the customers and get them into the ecosystem.
принести туда не только уже платежи, но и свои деньги в виде открытия депозитов или, по крайней мере, текущих
but
счетов.
also the opening of deposits and of the running accounts. Well, personally, I should firstly define the aim and the first goal and defines this system forming goal. And only after that, it becomes possible to understand to which system we are viewing and to define the borders. And so the borders that I have been talking about previously is something that we should really possess. As far as the system approach makes the discussion continue. And yesterday we also had a roundtable where we have raised this question. So while talking about the system thinking and approach, we're talking about the intelligence and the thinking that is based on the systematic approach, which is aimed to study systems. Mostly often we have this opinion replacement when we call the system approach, what is usually called a complex approach. So that is when we do take into consideration various factors, but while doing that, they don't make the one system that would be well defined. Thus, it would be possible to see this function working and how to develop it further. So where does it have the process or the project system? In which condition is it today? And so in order to move forward, we should elaborate some of the system elaboration methods so that we would unite them by this transformation idea, so that we would pass the whole idea into the new level. And so like that, considering the ecosystems and its description in the system paradigm, I had some difficulties as far as today there are a lot of them, and they don't always make a system. I also wanted, to notice just one little thing. So when we talk about the ecosystems, we usually take the natural one as the basis. So they would be the basis for the ecosystems notion. And like that, we do divide the ecosystems of the far east, where tigers live, where there is the tiger, and where all these natural components work in cooperation, thus allowing them to save that ecosystem. And so actually, the animal doesn't have that predator ability of a human. He wouldn't eat more than he needs. And he would never kill any other animal if he doesn't feel the danger. As far as that is the alimentation chain, so that's not an assassination, but that is just the way to feed yourself. So when you feel danger, then you have to fight, and then you injure your enemy. But a human has an axe. He can cut off the forest at huge territories. So we also need some order to solve the problems, and we also need some orderliness. And we should define the ecosystem of the Amur tiger. So that is a tiger as an ecosystem, and which are the conditions that go well with him? What is the alimentation basis existing for him or her for it? What conditions are favorable for him to live in the ecosystem? Well, from the tiger's point of view, what is present there or not? So he will be breeding at good conditions, so then he will spend his territory, the territory will get united, and then the tiger would start migrating to other territories. So he would be allowed there. As far as there, they'll have the bears, for example, and the bear would try to protect his system. So natural ecosystems should also be some centers, And to say that the Urals are the ecosystem, of course, that is the natural landscape, that is the natural the natural world. So if we are talking about the ecosystem, we must draw some borderlines that are made around the eco-creating factor. So considering this system organization, what I see is a promotion, not from the point of view of the system paradigm, but as from the point of view that we should realize the idea being defined, like with the ecosystem of the armored tiger. So we have the organization, we have business models, we have the products of ecosystem, and that it is spending. So we have suppliers, we have buyers. So every system may create around him the ecosystem. So not long ago, the same ecosystem has been created with our participation in some organizational technologies. So that has been the blockchain technology that allows to ameliorate the disciplines of the transaction trust. And what we have been discussing is the law on digital nodes. And so we have proposed a digital ecosystem of the organization that would include the decisions made on the financing of the company's activities. So that should be the company and her activity as the basis, and that should be based on the blockchain basis that would also permit the creation of tokens that would be used for the supplies, so that there will be influx of the money and the maintenance of the transactions by the digital financial assets. So that's something that I wanted to share with you in a more systematized way. But as far as I, didn't work it out up to the end, I shared it with you in quite a free form. Yes, thank you very much, Anatoly. I guess that you are being too critical for yourself, but you are overthinking, because it's not a good thing to do. Well, a report has been a very good one, but you didn't have a presentation. But maybe you have any questions or some comments or opinions. May I would ask you a question, Anatoly Ilyich, please? That is Mr. Kostiknov talking. Yes, I see. So you are talking about the ecosystem of an enterprise. So is it something rational, or that is something made by intuition? So this correspondence between organization and of the ecosystem, is it higher or lower in considering the system approach? Well, first of all, yes, of course, that is something rational, because ecosystem of a enterprise is something that works for me, and I have this use experience for financing this solution. So, well, considering the system approach, according to the system approach proposed by Kleiner Igor, and I do share his opinion. So this self-organization does go well, but ecosystem doesn't. So what we see here is actually that the suppliers, the contractors, and the consumers are kind of the exterior elements of the system. So if an enterprise can be considered and can be defined in some system paradigm, and even I can show its periods of development, where actually these are subsystems being developed, then the ecosystem, according to the system paradigm, doesn't really work for me. So I hope I would be able to find an approach but quite possible that it would be kind of a mixed approach where there will be an organization like a system paradigm, but ecosystem is like an environment with exterior factors that allows it to be running and to make it goals happen. Well, maybe you are making your goal too difficult, because if we do based on more and classic, and who has entered the ecosystem for business idea, he is talking about repetition. So that is concurrence via cooperation, And so actually it allows us to take a part of the exterior elements into the organization, to use it. So you take it, you fix the part of the exterior system. And so, that is the ecosystem you have been talking about it in fintech. But that's just my comment, that's just an idea for you, well, not a critics. Well, your idea has been very interesting for me, because I do share the same point of view that while creating the ecosystem, we do form not a competitive environment, but a environment that is fine for organization. Yes, which is good for a subject via partnership. Yeah, and the competitiveness exists between the environments and the systems. Yes, as far as they have their own contractors, investors, suppliers, and of course, if they are at the same market, they will surely become competitors. And then, the strongest would win, the one with better competence and the one adapting quicker. Yeah, so that is why I do agree with Ivan's idea that you are being too critical, because your system approach does work well, but you should simply put it in words. Yeah, I have been working on it long ago, but I didn't like the image I got. I thought it would be different a bit. And so I didn't explain what I wanted, really. Maybe any other questions to our speaker? An opinion then. I would like to share with my own opinion. Well, I would say that you're being too critical, and it's not a good idea to be that critical. But the system paradigm that is being promoted by Georgi is a very strong theory, but unfortunately, today it doesn't have a lot of constructive methodology around it that could be practically applied. And unfortunately, this beauty of the theory is shared by many researchers, but very few do actually do something so that to enrich it and to create this methodology and by algorithms that allow us to apply it. Well, you can be anyway talented. You may be talented like Georgi, but just a small team or just one man can't do such a huge work. Well, I know just few attempts to define this theory. So there is methods and tools of balancing, which is Georgi promoting. And in our department, we have made a doctor degree research that was on phenomenological modeling, on emergency governmental decisions at the very beginning of a catastrophe. And there the author uses this new system paradigm in the annotation, used in the annotation of Georgi. And so actually, some significant solutions that might be used by other researchers are known well for me. In fact, that you didn't manage to get the best for you models, and that you didn't manage to actually insert it into your paradigm that is not surprising. So if the author of the theory doesn't manage to do it in full scale, well, it's impossible to say that his followers would do everything perfect from the very first step. It's impossible, it doesn't happen like that. So you are following the right way, and we would wish you to quite simply get the results you wanted, and that you would report us on them the way you wanted to. Yes, we will follow it. And so the next speaker, well, according to our agenda, I would be happy to announce that Tamara Sherbina is with us today, and she will present us the report on investments in medicine as a driver of industry development. Is it connected with COVID too? Tamara, if you are here with us, we pass the floor to you. Welcome.
Tamara Alexeyevna.
Tamara Alexeyevna, are you with us? Yes, I'm here with you. Yes, I'm downloading the presentation. Well,
Тамара Алексеевна, извините, что перебиваю. Нажмите, пожалуйста.
So I'm awfully sorry to interrupt you, but could you please press the button in the very left upper part? Please go on. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Right now, I'd like to present you the report dedicated to the investments in medicine as a driver of industry development. The framework, this work, I managed to see the most perspective market places and shares and niches, and the drivers for the further development. And now you see the problems that belong to the investment process. So actually, today there are a lot of demands of the population on the amelioration of the healthcare is obvious. And according to the results, we have managed to see that most part of our population is not satisfied with the level of the healthcare services being provided. And according to the pandemics, well, this research is also being pushed by the world trends that demand to create new approaches to fight against cancer and to fight some genetic diseases. And it also demands digitalization and also requires work in this very domain and the changes. So the very healthcare system is quite a complex structure as we see it, and its difficulty is actually being defined by particularities of the investments of the sector and its investments possibilities. So the goals that are the goals of the healthcare should be somehow worked on via the infrastructure, which is governmental and is already existing. Well, the framework of this project actually requires the infrastructural changes and also some serious amendments of the foundations existing and the primary and emergency help where the private investors, are not hurrying up to invest. Well, it is to be noted that the very investment processes has become reactive in the last years. And so if we're taking some numbers into consideration, then, in 2019 and in 2020, the investment growth in medicine has grown up to 10%. And considering the joint study by Gekind and Sursia, Russia has become one of the top 5 countries of these investment issues and sectors. So the market share has grown in the sector of private medical services, and it has made some $11 billion. And in general, that is the turnover of the medical market that is growing in 2019 for some 11.6%. It is to be noted that actually this market rests quite voluminous, and its volume is being defined by the fact that there is always the demand to expand the provision of medical services, but each volume can't be defined by state clinics. So actually the growth of medical market rests dynamic, and that its growth in the last 4 years during the year is previewed to be 10-15%. So the healthcare is of course very interesting for investors, and they are interested in one of the factors, which is profitability.
So the medical services are quite marginal, have quite good margin, around 13% margin. And if you compare themselves with the bank services, there they have 4 to 5%. 4 or 5% annually. And despite the growth of the medical services market, we must mention that overall medical industry in Russia is very small. It's less than 1%, and 80% of the industry demands are covered by imports. It's interesting to take a look at how what is the cost distribution for healthcare. If you take a comparison of different years, we had 2.7% of GDP spent on that. Next, there was a 1/10 increase. So between 2018 and 2019, the spending, the healthcare spending growth amounted to only 0.1%. If we take a look at the costs or spendings distribution, well, the structure looks as follows. The main investor here is the state. The state spends the funds from federal medical funds. Then next, up to 12% is being spent by the medical institutions, and then businesses cover 10 to 19%. Yeah, sorry about the slide. Yeah, it's 10 to 19%. If we take a look at the federal budget spending, we can see that they amount only to 0.09% of GDP in 2020. And next year, it'll be 1 point decrease. If we take a look at the regional spendings, we see here that in the regions, healthcare receives the funding from the subsidies. So if you take a look at the healthcare spent in Russia and in foreign leaders, even taking Poland and Estonia, then you can see that we have smaller spending. Currently, we spend on healthcare even less than on education. And we spend on healthcare less than on defense industry. And that just shows the potential of this industry in terms of investment. What attracts investors in what is attractive in healthcare for them? Currently, it's legal. It's the taxation system. VAT is not paid. Income tax is not paid, and there are some legislative simplifications stated by the federal law applying to the international medical cluster. So today I want to focus on private medical care, because private medical care is considered to be a driver for this industry development despite all the criticism. And recently we had a healthcare conference, and the doctors themselves were saying that for them, the private medical care is something that will save the state healthcare. And the investment in there is growing. Now it's above 80 billion rubles of investment. And we have quite a few organizations in there. And the market, private investment market is growing because non-standard medicine share is decreasing, and laboratory diagnostics is growing significantly by around 10%, and medical tourism is being developed. Also, the consumer behavior here is changing. Previously, they used to search for healthcare institution reputation, location, and prices, but currently the customers are mainly interested in services accessibility, whether the quality is good, whether they're convenient, whether it's possible to receive a consult from a doctor of proper quality, and so on. And that also impacts the healthcare development. And when we are talking about private investment, we must say that the issue with private investing is that they are focusing on high marginality, and the weakest part of our current healthcare is the emergency healthcare. It remains unattractive for private investors, and unfortunately, in the meantime, it is in the state that it is this emergency care. Also, private investors are pushed away by the fact that the medical healthcare related projects, they are long-term, and very often they want to have a quick payback or return on their investment. And they are attracted mostly by geriatrics, palliative care, and laboratory diagnostics. And if we talk about palliative care, we have up to 5 billion investing, and the laboratory market is growing by 12 to 4%, and the trend will remain for the next 4 years. And this segment's driver today is the pandemics itself, and we know that it started with us lacking masks, sanitizers, and other things we got used to. And we must notice that currently around 8 million masks are produced in the country per day. But still, we are importing around 4 million pieces from China. And in Krasnodar, the first automatic mask creating plant was launched in Krasnodar, first in Russia. And nitrile butadiene gloves plant was commissioned in Russia to cope with import dependency. And there are 17 drugs available that are recommended for treating coronavirus. As for foreign investors, they are interested in investing in Russian healthcare. For instance, in Skolkovo, they launched the branch of Strasbourg Hospital, but the total volume of foreign investment in healthcare amount to less than 1%. What scares foreign investors off? Well, I think, and these are the same problems we have, lack of attractiveness. But the main thing is that foreign investors, they also focus on high margin service, high quality service. And as of now, they are not confident in possibility of success here. Thus, the wealthy customers are being serviced abroad. So as for foreign investors, in this healthcare conference I mentioned, they had a joke. The patient asked, "Will I live?" The doctor said, "We have hope, but we don't have chances." So as for foreign investors, well, I think working on that will allow us to get both hope and chances. Venture funds are started getting actively involved in healthcare investing, and they are mostly interested in investing in biotechnology, in pharmaceuticals, and they are also attracted that the eternal profitability ratio is 5% higher than in other industries. And the downside of high profitability is high risks. And the largest part of all the clinical trials of the first phase, most of these projects do not reach the marketing stage. So what kind of niches venture investors are interested in? Cardiology, ophthalmology, and psychiatry. Interesting situation we have with psychiatric science. It's considered to be a very promising market, in particular working on Alzheimer's disease drug. And it's expected that the number of patients soon will reach 74 million people. That is comparable to the population of Germany. And those who invent the drug to fight this disease may own the market that will exceed the market of $2 trillion by 2030. And here we must also mention that Russia so far hasn't managed to take leadership in innovative activities in healthcare globally. And as of now, we are unfortunately at the end of this list. Number one is Japan, US, UK, Germany, and China and India come next. And lack of private investments led to the 224 federal law number 224 to attract private investors. So the objective was classic. Well, we don't have money, we have state property, and leasing and rent can be used. And the other option, the other benefit, was using the budget. And on the screen, you were supposed to have a law on PPP in healthcare. But, this decision actually could have been made only partial. Tamara, if you can hear me, how much time do you need to conclude your presentation, because we are out of time? Overall, I made the market overview. I just wanted to mention that today digital medicine is also the driver for development, and here we must say that different industries are investing into the sphere, IT, banks, venture companies, and so on. So this is also a fast-growing, interesting market. And modern medical technologies that we are talking about here are quite various and interesting, like telemedicine that grew considerably these days. And concluding my presentation, I want to highlight the fact that we still have a lot of problems there that are unresolved, but the tasks are set and the investment appeal of this industry is clear. And to improve this attractiveness, we need to simplify the entry to the market and to create conditions for reinvesting the medical organizations' revenues, and to work on the budget funds provided to such institutions. So if we somehow organize this sphere, we'll see the improvements that we are expecting and waiting for. So that's it. Thank you. Well, despite the fact that we are outside of time, we have a break coming up, and that's why I want to ask our colleagues whether we have any questions to Tamara Alexeyevna, because it's very topical, and that's something that industry determines our life, especially these days. Okay. I'm interested in numbers, right? 2.6% of GDP investment in healthcare. Does that number include the money that people and organizations pay in the form of taxes? Oh, these are the total spendings, and then we took a look at the structure. And most of these spendings are covered by those payments, mandatory payments that citizens and organizations pay. And the main problem with funding healthcare today is believed to be the tariffs for medical insurance. And those tariffs do not cover the costs, and do not cover the demand that is there. But the problem is that there is no justification for these spendings, and working on justifying this cost for some reason is not being carried out. Because there is work to be done, justifying the costs by region, by separate sectors, and so on, to determine the total amount of investments, what's needed where, and how much is needed where. And there is no work happening dedicated to efficient use of what's already available. So there is no proper investment planning. And for some reason, this is not being done. Okay, clear. But if we pay attention, probably they'll cut the investment even more. Yeah, another question. You said that today's medical share is 0.8. No, the share of healthcare and the total production amount, according to RBC, it amounts to 0.8 or 0.08. No, 0.8 or 810 or 0.08. But anyhow, I have the following question. We can judge by comparison. Could you give us some foreign countries like UK? The share of medical industry in Russia is 0.08. The rest is imported. Yeah, it's the medical industry production scope. It looks like we are ahead of everyone because lately we've been boasting a lot of things, and we can spread our vaccine all over the world, and then it transpires that it's 0.08%. But can you give us the respective numbers from any developed country? Do you have a match? As of now, I don't have these numbers available at hand. But according to State Council results that was analyzing the healthcare state, well, basically, they gave the numbers, and they are not very nice. Well, I could guess so. In particular, it was said that Russia takes place number number 108 out of 160 countries in terms of satisfaction with the services. A lot of doctors are missing. 78% is the equipment where, and many hospitals in Moscow were built 100 years ago, and so on.
So the questions are actually being forced by the business direction. It's like the Alzheimer disease. We understand who is the leader of the market, and so our actions are quite understandable. But that doesn't stop us from solving other problems that are just like we have been listening to the medical workers. So even to buy some medical help that costs some 3 billion rubles for some medical institutions is quite a complicated thing. Yes. So that is a complex problem that actually a lot of things are there in it. And so that is the pharmaceutical business. Yeah, we have in the schema that has been very structural. So Tamara, thank you very much for having explained to us how the system works, because I guess that the most of us have quite a rare understanding. We don't have a good understanding, the indirect one, on the issue. So now you have explained to us the developments and the main problems of these problem development. And so what are the aims and the goals of this aspect of economy? And we wish you success and all the best. Thank you very much. So dear friends, we have worked till the break. So we're having a break till 2 hours and 20 p.m. We start by Madam Yermolovskaya Olga. And so we hope that during the break she would appear. And so have a good lunch. Thank you. See you. So, dear colleagues, are you here? Yes, we are. So we are beginning.
Уважаемые коллеги, продолжаем нашу работу.
So, dear colleagues, we are continuing our work. Investing by Malovskaya Елена Юрьевна. Olga Юрьевна Ермоловская, Investment Attractiveness of the Company in the Digital Economy.
Да, есть два варианта действия. Значит, давайте попробуем следующим образом поступить.
So let's try to do the following. Is Shurina Svetlana Valentinovna here?
Светлана Валентиновна.
Из последующих никто не наблюдается в списке присутствующих. А Тамара Алексеевна как завершила свой доклад, и больше у нас участников не прибавилось.
So the next one. So who is here? So maybe we will fill in the gaps. So the one who is present will speak up. Is Madam Sagitova here? Tamara, maybe. Alexeyeva. So maybe our technical helpers will then consideration. So what should I tell you actually? Let's talk with Tamara Alexeyevna, please. So let's please. So she knows well the idea. Maybe you would also add something. Well, thank you very much for what you have offered, but well, you know, I am actually done with my report. Well, yeah, we may say it like that.
Простите, что перебиваю. Можно одну секунду?
Конечно, можно.
Я хотел узнать, у вас не может у кого-нибудь радио играть на заднем фоне, потому что какой-то иностранный голос.
Нет, это не то есть у меня нет, я это
может быть, может.
О,
все, спасибо.
Уже его нет.
Да, голос пропал.
Уже его нет. Да, спасибо
можно
за...
продолжать.
Да. Значит, Тамара Алексеевна, ну, если нет такого желания...
Tamara Alexeyevna, if you don't have such a desire, well, we can make you actually speak up. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we have a good understanding of that. So, I guess that all people present here... So, could you please formulate some questions to those who have already been speaking, maybe if you have some questions. Well, of course, considering those who are present here right now. So that would be two of you. So, well, I guess that both this option wouldn't work. So let's start thinking, what don't we have here? Well, Olga Yuryevna was talking about the investment attractiveness of the company in the digital economy. Okay. So I don't know what she wanted to tell us about, but of course investment is something that everyone would love to have. So the best way to tell about themselves, that is to attract investments, even if we are talking about public companies. And I guess that something in this report should have been really interesting for us, but Olga unfortunately didn't decide to speak up today. So, Madam Svetlana Shurina, Sustainable Development of Russian Business in a Systemic paradigm. Well, frankly speaking, we would love to speak about development, because development is one of the dynamics of the space and of time, and actually functioning of the company and of economic issues is both being produced by standard production, that is the functioning, and that is also of the technological development, meaning that the system would be updated, would always be functional and I would also like to add about sustainable development. Well, leave it to the fact when we start understanding what is innovative economy, so that we would be able to produce innovations on productional scale, meaning that we are right in producing innovations and using them. So people either use their own innovations or buy them on the licensed market. So that becomes obvious that we should try to reach such a development. How to do that? Well, I suppose that Svetlana Valentinovna Shurina was about to tell us about that. Well, Anisimova Sofia Vitalyevna, development of a management mechanism for gas distribution organizations. Well, I would make 3 points after that, because frankly speaking, it seems to me that there is something that goes after, well, mechanism for gas distribution. Well, we have already listened to a report that was connected to this subject. I would also like to add something. Well, the points are management mechanism for gas distribution organizations by optimizing the system structure. Yeah, so that is the system structure again, and that is optimization. So these are very obliging terms. We should use them very attentively. But Sofia Vitalyevna, I guess, wanted to tell us something about it, but unfortunately we don't manage to do it right now. Well, so what considers the gas distribution? That's for sure, the gas issue is the first plan, the first line one, because that is the only field where the sustainable development is being always applied. But considering the external market's growth and the development of gas and oil distribution, it is necessary to find out the inner markets for the production of these fields, and we have whole programs that Gazprom conducts with each subject of the Russian Federation. And these programs preview the enlargements of gas nets and the export of the Russian gas and oil to individual consumptors. So whether that is successful or not, so that is one of the points of this gas distribution system. That is to say that that is the regional organization that distributes gas from central pipelines to regional local ones, where it gets to the consumptors, to the consumers. I guess that is also an interesting issue for further discussion. It is interesting, and it also touches the aspects of our today's discussion. But frankly speaking, we might just guess what she would like to tell. I am, still hoping that some of our speakers would finally appear. So, of course, we would certainly pass the floor to our specialists, to our colleagues, if they come finally. So the analysis. The next thesis belongs to Ms. Gulsem Sagitova and is entitled analysis of entrepreneurial activities of small and medium-sized businesses in the Republic of Kazakhstan. So our next speaker is from Kazakhstan. We are in close relationship with Kazakhstan. We are collaborating in the Eurasian Economic Union. And of course, that is of vital importance for us. So talking the GDP is talking about the small and medium entrepreneurial activities. I would say that on the territory of the ex-Soviet Union, that is quite a problem for us, and there's no secret in it. We can't actually get rid of a system of mistakes, of errors, and of uncertainties. And I guess that there are questions because of that. And from country to country, year by year, this problem comes back. And I don't know how to overcome this 20-25% of development of businesses in this very sphere. Moreover, here our studies of this development has kind of unbalanced character. That is services and the privatization of pharmacies, and that's it. Considering the growth enterprises that appear around, huge monopolies and huge enterprises that promote and move the innovations, they keep developing and they're being sold to large companies. And so here we have huge problems. As far as this question means some systemic errors and mistakes, and even if we have managed to find this error with the help of Madam Sagitova, that would allow us to push forward, to direct our structures in order to find a solution to the problem, or somehow to map out or outline the way where we should find for that solution for the CIS countries. Well, unfortunately, Anatoly, I guess that we should move forward maybe and speak about what would happen after the break from 4 p.m. Or we might just, finish the work of our section and wait up for 4 p.m. till the renewal in the hope that the speakers that are being enlisted in the final part of the section, in the final list of our section work, they would finally appear. And that's an uneasy problem. So I guess that right now we can make a pause till 4 p.m. and nothing rests but, for us, for the three of us to speak. Well, actually, we can keep talking, but well, the complexity of our problem is that we are working online, and we have been telling the people might come to the time appointed, and that we should keep according to the agenda. So I don't know whether we might stop it really. So the decision is up to you. Okay, so what is the time right now? Kind of 2:36 p.m., meaning that is the second report has begun. Well, I guess that I should think what would happen. I don't know really, that we should fill in the online space with information like talk about our own understanding, or, to start a lecture. That wouldn't be correct. So let's make the following solution. We stop the translation till 4 p.m. And at 4 p.m. we go on with our work, so that after it we would have our speakers coming back to us. And so now I will talk to our management of like what should we do. Now we make a pause till 4 p.m. They will take a look at the participants, and if someone appears, I will tell you about it, either on the phone or some other way. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we are still waiting. Maybe people would come to see us. Okay, thank you. I'm online. Thank you.
Товарищи переводчики, вы еще с нами? Драгобинский на проводе.
Да, мы с вами.
Да, они все
Ирина,
здесь.
Елена, вы еще с нами или уже нас покинули?
Мы здесь. Здесь.
Дмитрий Константинович.
Совершенно верно.
Ким, вы меня слышите?
Да, отлично вас слышу. Здравствуйте.
Ким Дмитрий Константинович.
Но у меня слышно Дмитрия Константиновича.
Меня слышно?
Я вас прекрасно слышу.
Да. Дмитрий Константинович, если слышите, вот заключительная часть конференции начинается с вас. Вы готовы?
Да, я готов.
Речь держать?
Да. Во сколько?
Иван Николаевич, вы меня слышите?
Теперь да, теперь слышу.
Попробуйте включить и выключить микрофон. И Дмитрий Константинович, попробуйте тоже включить и выключить микрофон.
Хорошо.
Так, выключаю сперва. Включаю.
Делаю.
Дмитрий Константинович, попробуйте тоже.
Я сделал уже.
Ага. Так. Иван Николаевич, вы сейчас слышите Дмитрия Константиновича?
Пока нет, он ничего не говорит. Я его, кажется, слышал, но он дальше замолчал.
Да,
а теперь, Дмитрий, да, слышу.
Все.
Тихонько слышу. Да я к чему? Мы до 16:00 определили перерыв, поскольку деваться некуда. То есть мы за докладчиков не сможем сделать доклады, поскольку и текста у нас этих докладов нет. А вот Дмитрий Константинович уже появился, то, думаю, в 16:00, как Бог приказал, начнем вещание. Правильно, Дмитрий Константинович? Да, и судя по всему, поскольку публики я больше не вижу здесь, ну, тогда считайте, что временем вы не ограничены. Сколько надо, столько и говорить. Хорошо?
Хорошо.
Все, договорились?
Спасибо.
Договорились. Хорошо, спасибо.
Николай, здравствуйте. А можете меня, пожалуйста, переводчиком еще назначить?
Что еще раз, простите?
Не, все хорошо, все в порядке.
Хорошо.
Спасибо большое.
Друзья, так, давайте будем начинать заключительную часть работы.
Извините, что опять перебиваю. Одну секунду, сейчас я свяжусь с...
Sorry for interrupting.
Давайте, связывайтесь. Хорошо, спасибо.
Ирина, Алена, вы меня слышите?
Я прошу прощения, у нас тут возникла проблема. У нас два Александра Ивановича Богомолова. Да?
Так. Ирина?
Алло, Николай, вы здесь?
Да, вы готовы?
Так я уже начала переводить, вот как он начал говорить. Все окей. Все на связи. Угу.
Мы можем продолжить, я так понимаю.
So, from what I understand, we can continue, right?
Значит, тогда,
Okay.
следующий доклад Дмитрий Константинович Ким и Лаура.
Next presentation is by Dmitry Konstantinovich Kim and Laura Muratовна.
Доклад уже горит на экране. Тогда предоставляем слово докладчику. Дмитрий Константинович, вам слово.
So I'm giving floor to Dmitry Konstantinovich Kim, to the presenter. Hello, dear colleagues. Let me tell you about
Search.
And
I'm your colleague
from Kazakhstan. Allow me. So I'll try to make this presentation as clear as possible, and if you have any questions, you can ask them. So what's
So lately,
what's happening?
these first energy sources have become more popular. That means that it's not obligatory.
So there are the
But actually, we support electrical
energy
models.
sources.
So actually, while using the networks that we already have in these nets, the electric energy is being sent through the subsystems to the user. And as far as this first, that means that the flows of energy that we have, they are directed just to one side, and they can change the direction. And every consumer cannot just consume energy, but generate it. So that is just fabulous, and it's fine. And so that is just, the entry to the future. I'm sorry for speaking with a little bit of pathos. And technically, it also provides us with the problems. One of the most vital ones and the most relevant ones is that several oscillations of this type of energy may change the whole system's work, and such problems can show as too low and too high voltages. And actually, we have the needs that should satisfy the demand in voltages up to 30 volts, and that is 10%. So that is actually the schema that we are all working considering. So we have huge stations, hydro stations, or heat stations that provides us with energy for hundreds of kilometers. And then, thanks to the transformers, we actually can provide energy to various regions. So that is the station. So then that is the high voltage line, and then they become lower, lower, and lower. So actually, the voltage may just fall in such types of dispersion systems. I think that we all have seen these little huts with the electroenergy transistors. So that's what is happening all over the world. You see that these electrical modules are being put thanks to electromobile facilities. We have these batteries of various types so that they would simply distribute the voltage around the net. So that's what's really happening actually. Well, I'll show what's happening. So that is the blue curve, which is actually the total load. And here we see the orange one, and there is the solar generator. And so then the consumption falls down. And that's why do we call it the curve of the duck, of the duck's back? Because it repeats the curve of the duck's back. And so the more we use this distribution of the line, the bigger the curve is. So actually, these meanings can be occasional. And so then these curves would show the differences and the falls and the ups and downs of the voltage. You see, with the growth of this high voltage, we will see the curve differ. Some methods can be called traditional for the management of the distributional nets, and sometimes they become inefficient as far as they are based on the determinist approach. They don't allow us to make the correct calculation for the worst scenarios that is determined by the parameters. And actually, there is 100% guarantee of a solid system running. I have found the American opinion in the net of the company doing the same business as we do, and they had nearly the same ideas to what we think to be correct. So we must take the approach when we have the calculations for both low and high distribution of energy, because they give you the extremities that would never happen.
So in traditional planning, no risks are taken into account. Thus, we get expensive measure to eliminate those risks. And taking into account the risks may lead to a smarter way of managing. So for instance, if you have a 4% chance of a problem, is it worth it to carry out an expensive modernization? So what's the point of the study? Under the new conditions, we need to develop new mathematical methods for managing energy systems, and we need deep penetration of photoelectric or photovoltaic modules. And we need to take into account the best expected scenario of work. That's the current situation. But we suggest to use the probabilistic approach to analyze the voltage distribution in low voltage systems. In other words, the traditional deterministic approach focuses on the worst scenarios that are hardly happening in reality. That's what we have now. And they take the peak and they take the highest generation can be provided by the grid. So it's in calculations you have such a situation that if everyone has photovoltaic, then they just produce and do not consume anything, and the permits are being given out to provide the construction of this one. But so they want to have 100% guarantee. But if you take a look at real situation, does best and worst cases will be happen in reality very rarely, if at all. So then, why do we need to manage to organize system managing based on those best and worst cases. How about we use probability approach that would cover the multitude of different scenarios, including the extreme ones, determining the most probable of them, and that determine the profile of the voltage. And such an approach will allow to choose the optimal grid parameters for the most probable scenarios and foresee the additional management elements or governance elements for the worst and best cases scenario. So that's the general idea. What's the point of the system? We choose certain functionality using the probability approach, and we study the conditions under which the voltage in each node satisfies or does not satisfy us in terms of quality. And we study the distribution of probabilities of this event. So if we receive the analytical understanding of the functions, we need, thus we can choose the parameters that fit best and solutions that fit best. And many people in the world are using different methods to do with modeling. They're just modeling using Monte Carlo method. But Monte Carlo method requires big computational capacity for big systems. And on the other hand, and second, it does not explain the essence of the problem and how it depends on the parameters that we had when we got this problem. So let's move on to mathematics. We have a voltage vector for accidental processes M in the grid nodes. So we are considering the process during a certain period of time, and it should be within a certain range. For instance, it should be plus 10 or minus 10 from the specified parameters. Consumption scheme and solar radiation generation scheme, they have a similar pattern day by day. So that's why we take 24 hours here. And T means a day. So we are considering a grid with some nodes during a point of time. So this is the voltage and the current. And current can be presented in the form of a sum. One part is connected with a solar generation. And there are certain technical parameters. Each roof has technical parameters. This is some sort of a unit. It will be the same component for all household if they are located close to each other. And JI will mean the current consumption. So if we are considering these currents as independent accidental processes, we can study this problem. Of course, we can state many things, but if we talk about reality, the task that we set here is very complex given the limitations. But if we take a diffusion process, we can get some nice results. Namely, let us imagine that the currents I'm talking about can be presented with etho processes that comply with stochastic differential equation. It may look scary, but basically the currents are changing following certain laws and they do not fluctuate too much. And if we introduce some units, some notions, then we can word the task in a very classical and specific sense. Let us take an unknown task and make it a known task. This is a very simple principle. So we have a system of differential stochastic equations, and we take a range. It's a classical probability task. And it's known that there is a connection between distribution of functions, trajectory functions in the diffusion process and differential equations in specific derivatives. Namely, we take L as an operator and we rewrite it as a known differential equation with particular derivatives. This is classic. We just take and use this data. And then if we find a solution then under certain parameters, we can find the probability that we need. So let's take this the most simple example, including two nodes. U0 is the voltage at a transformer, and this is the parameter we can affect. U1 and U2 are voltages in two nodes. So let's take this simple scheme. Well, I try to depict stochastic to do with consumption, because during different daytimes, consumption may vary, but the profile is known. And we know solar generation throughout the day with a certain error. So under these conditions, we can find a solution that's presented in this way. And from here, we can find the initial state under which we have the minimal chance of voltage going outside the range. So briefly, this is it, and hereby I conclude. Thank you. Thank you. Those colleagues who are here, do we have any questions to the presenter? Dmitry Konstantinovich, these calculations, have they been checked in some practical cases? Yeah, this is a very important question. And if we are to talk about some energy studies, except for mathematical proofs, you need to test in real life. As of now, it hasn't been tested, and it's being negotiated because it's very expensive and it's not easy. Mathematician sits at home, proves that this equation is right, but model in practice and so on, it's quite tough, and unfortunately it hasn't been done yet. Well, the idea is simple here. I know of solar generation, partially, and I know that in some regions they have the following issue. When the generation is happening and the building is not consuming it, this energy is sent to the general flow and being used somewhere else. And they pay for it. But when in winter they need additional electricity, they get it from others. So what I want to say is that a household is generating energy and it's selling energy, and then it buys it back when it needs extra. So I want to ask, is this matter regulated somehow at the legislative level? So what you said is actually the point of this report. Speaking of Kazakhstan, for now, it's suggested well, they're working on the legislation now, and if a household is generating something, giving something to a grid, then the household will be paying at the same rate for the generated energy. Well, the legal initiative is being developed, but we are, as of now, we are far from being finalized with this. Oh, I checked who we have here, and there are only 2 of us here. Maybe if only you have questions to yourself. Thank you very much for your presentation. On the one hand side, it's very interesting, and secondly, it's really topical. It has to be resolved on the legally, and it has to be tested in practice. So you may have 0.9 probability, but it's not a guarantee at the same time that if we have multiple households, maybe they won't have their 220 volts timely, and I don't know how much saving would it provide, but it may lead to a lot of inconveniences. And yes, but that's the way we are following.
Well, that's just kind of a thing that happens massively and everywhere. So we're trying to optimize it or rationalize it somehow. We don't manage to optimize it because, you know, that's quite a definition. So I would say that we rationalize it somehow. So that's what your report is about. So dear colleagues, so I'm looking at the list of participants and I don't see our next reports. Maybe I'm not being attentive, really. But is Madam Dombrovskaya here with us? Елена Nikolaevna, are you here? I guess not, but she was about to tell us about the IFRS company as a system imperative for creating risk-based financial statements. The risks are actually existing already, but if she considers that there are risks of financial statements, then that's a little bit quite risky, I think, even too risky. So the statements and reports are very, very rigid and solid. And so maybe Yelena meant something else. But unfortunately, I don't see her online. And I don't know what she really meant, and we won't be able to find it. Or maybe we will, but a little bit later, after her thesis would be published of the reporters and speakers of our conference. So the next report is by Podkupaev Sergei and Bukhanov Sergei. I don't see you online, but they entered somehow, I guess. And maybe you're participating like that? No, they are not here, and that means that they are not here with us. So they were planning to speak about product lifestyle, cloud-based production management system based on the Internet of Things. So cloud-based production management system of the life cycle of the products based on the Internet of Things. Yes, what is a cloud-based production management? We know. What is the Internet of Things? We also know. But does it go together? We don't know how to explain that. Well, so frankly speaking, it's impossible for us to guess. And so one last report that was planned today, that is by Trukhinova Olga. Olga, we know you really well, but I don't see you here among the participants of our session.
Значит, ну, судя по всему,
Well, actually, I guess that she may come to listen to us at 5:20 when her lecture is previewed, because she is very, very disciplined. And she, has a degree now in the fifth technology, and she does work in shipbuilding industry in quite bad conditions when even the government itself doesn't know how to move in this sphere. As far as now, it has been declared one thing and then the other thing is done. And so that is quite something that should be supported, so that we would keep at least the technologies and the experience that we already have. Well, not always the COVID would exist and we will manage to overcome the new development that would be sustainable and innovative. As far as we are declaring for the last 20 years that we haven't been developing dramatically. So, dear colleagues, let us do the following. I don't know who to advise, but I don't want to tell the organizers of the conference tell us something bad, but I think that we may draw a conclusion now and finalize the work of our conference. We're considering the sector's development. I would conclude the following. Well, the theses that have been reported today, well, they have been quite few, so not as much as we hoped we would have, but the problematic has been actually proclaimed. And that is the problematic that should be defined as follows. So we have touched several issues today. The evolution of entrepreneurship in digital era. So that is a report that is partly conjecture one. And Mr. Stepanov managed to discuss this topic to us. Mr. Stepanov has been for 20 years in this topic, and his vision, his analysis of the past and his vision for the near future is worthy of our attention. And actually, that is something that should be considered really. Our next report was made by Anton Alexandrovich, and of course that he is a representative of a scientific school, and his education information is quite obviously seen, and so he uses a wide range of econometric models, and our speaker showed us how to do that. And he is talking about the future of econometric models, even though there are people who say that they are already belonging to the past. He showed us that this opinion that belongs to the 80s or to 1979 is that these models wouldn't give the better prognosis and forecast than they used to. As far as econometric models require the independence of the indices that are being used in the model. But now, as the world is in integration and in communication, then it is moving dynamically. And so it is even more and more complicated. And so the results that are being used due to econometric models, they are always working like that. And so they prognosed the oil and gas treatment for the COVID-19 factor and the spring period and the current period do deserve more attention, and also to be taken into consideration to the structures that participate the scaled or the significant part in the solution making. Considering the report by Bashirkhanov, Igor Viktorovich, and Demkin and Nadezhda Ibragimovna, they both represented this report. That was Igor who presented it. I asked a lot of questions. Well, frankly speaking, I didn't understand his report entirely, but I understood that there was something quite reasonable about it. It should be studied. Well, I'm not quite experienced in this domain. I didn't look at the materials of the previous conference. So actually, that is something that has been done for 2 years already. So that is the topic that we are discussing 3 years already. So maybe I would have understood what is happening. But this report have the right to survive, and actually we in our department would always help and study the question in more detail. Well, so Anatoly did admit that he hadn't managed to prepare the full presentation, but the idea that he shared with us in quite a free oral manner means that he is very good in the topic and that he has the deep understanding of the question and he knows exactly what he would like to achieve. And actually, he didn't manage to achieve what he had thought he would. That's why he didn't make a presentation in detail. But still, as far as a specialist in the domain, I know him, I know his diligence, and I think that he would achieve wonderful results. And in the near future, and maybe during our next Biennale, in a year we'll have a conference that is dedicated to scientific prerequisites by Bogdanov. So he would come back to his topic and he would tell us what he thinks he would achieve. So the first half of the day also comprised the report by Tamara Sergina, and she was partly bringing some new data for us. And for me, that was some new information, some new data on medical sphere, like what is currently being developed in our medicine and in healthcare. And moreover, many evaluations have been made in comparison with other countries, for example, with the developed Western countries. And frankly speaking, considering the digital ideas in this very domain, the mass media, well, especially in the period of COVID, well, explaining the data that we are one of the strongest, I guess that this COVID-19 and the healthcare system working with the positioning in the leadership of our country in this domain is something that can be defined just as success, as far as we had all the possibilities in it. But we should always be realistic while evaluating the situation. And of course, to understand how do these disruptive innovations can be supported by real medicine, by real production. That is, first of all, the production itself standing behind this vaccine. As far as understood, currently, these experimental batches of vaccine are being produced in the institutions that elaborated the vaccine. But nowadays, we don't have the production sites for the vaccine. Well, that's what I understood. So actually, that's something that we don't have right now really produced. So that's something that we can send to the other countries, and we can compare ourselves with the other countries who do have such production capacities. And the last report of our section was by Mr. Kim, who was speaking about the problems of the low voltage electricity dispersion system at the solar energy dispersion. He used his mathematical approach to the question, and then he defined the problem and explained to us how the system's reliability can be achieved, considering the fact that the consumption of electricity at daytime changes a lot, while at night everything can be absolutely different. So modeling of such life situations that have this very approach and that are quite applicable to real human life means that we all meet and face this problem. And if we don't, we will in the near future. Of course, Victor lives in Kazakhstan and they have much more sun. But here in Russia, not all the regions are rich in sun. And, well, you know, Russia is quite big and rich, that even in Russia, there are some of the regions that already consider this issue to be relevant. And for all of us, it would be relevant some time ago, some time later. So considering our work, I would try to report on it, and I'd like to highlight the attention of our organizers to the fact that our work was quite fruitful, but I would like to evaluate our work and how would we prepare the next conference so that we would leave with an understanding of our sad experience today that is quite coherent with the evaluation and the attitude to some key development problems that are the ones proclaimed by our authorities. At the beginning of the work of our session, we have discussed that, frankly speaking, this sectorial development is recessive, so it doesn't get the attention required from the government, that, well, the attention that it really should get. So, it doesn't get the real development of the sectors of economy. And the attitude of the subject that it should get more attention. And of course, that this attention also previews the presence in state bodies of some special institutions and of some special structures that would answer to this part of our life. But today, unfortunately, it's not as it should be. I hope that with some time, our government would find a balance in this part and would balance our economics, the national one, and that it would work on various levels, on the all-Russian one, on the regional ones, and on the local level. So that is the result of our work. That's all I can say for today. Well, in some time, maybe we will get a deeper analytical report on our section's work and on the level of the questions of what we have been asked. So the level of understanding of the problems discussed, so that we would work out some recommendations that would into the results of our work. So, dear colleagues, don't you have, during my speech, some new people who would like to speak up according to our agenda and would like to, speak up to say what comments they have and the results? So it's silence again. So it's like that, then we have no ideas, no comments, then we will have the overall results and stop the transmission, so and broadcasting. So dear colleagues that support me, do you hear us? Yeah, we do. Yes, so I would like to say goodbye to all the people who are looking at us. I wish you all well, both to the speakers and to the potential speakers, and also to those people who do work in science and in research. And we would like to join, and we want you to join our discussion to the development of the regional Russian economic sectors. And so welcome to our next conference or the other conferences that are dedicated to the same issues that would be organized by other scientific and educational organizations. Thank you very much. I wish you well and goodbye.
Коллеги, помощники, я пока не буду выходить, я пока не буду отключаться и выходить полностью, буду периодически посматривать. Я к чему веду? Не исключено, что Трухинова, который доклад запланирован на 17:20, она может появиться в сети. Но если человек появится, мы уж предоставим ей возможность. Хотя предварительно поговорим. Поэтому с организаторами и с переводчиками и ребятами, поддерживающими работу секции, пока не прощаюсь.
Да, все верно.
Все договорились. Все.
Николай, добрый вечер. Секция закончилась или будет еще?
Нет, продолжается. Просто мы ждем, я так понял, возможно,
докладчика.
Последнего или предпоследнего докладчика.
Понятно.
Но пока еще не появилось.
Понятно.
Я
Добрый вечер, Иван
заставил.
Николаевич, да. Извините.
Да, я слышу, что кто-то чего-то хочет. Я слушаю. Кто у нас?
Иван Николаевич, добрый вечер. Завершение будет 17:40, да, секции?
Ну, 17:40 завершение секции, но я ее как бы завершил по той простой причине, что нет докладчика, но есть надежда, что в 17:20 еще будет Трохинова Оля Леонидовна, которая, то есть если она будет, то я как раз сижу у экрана, ну и как у моря погода. То есть сижу как у моря и ожидаю погоды. То есть,
телефона у вас нету?
Ее?
Да.
Нет, честно говоря, нет. Но вы сами понимаете, что сейчас не хочу тревожить ни кафедру, то есть вся задействована.
Понятно.
Она человек новый, я просто ее знаю, она с Нижнего Новгорода защищалась у финансового университета, поэтому я ее знаю, а, конечно, мы до уровня обмена телефонами еще не доросли. А что касается на кафедре, конечно, он есть, но я не хочу тревожить людей по той простой причине, что они, судя по всему, задействованы в других секциях, но это не настолько важный вопрос, который не терпит отлагательства.
Понятно.
Я так, да.
Ну, Иван Николаевич, если, скажем так, вот помните по нашему докладу, который...
Да, это я должен посмотреть ваш
доклад. Если будет, скажем так, желание, мы можем встретиться со студентами там и так далее.
Нет вопроса. Да, я думаю, что мы найдем формат и время для того, чтобы вернуться к этому вопросу. Тем более, если говорить о не прошлогодний, а
2018 года, да.
Дело в том, что там материалы есть, и они достаточно полны, эти материалы. Я посмотрю, собираю публикацию, а потом, если надо, и посмотрю, и тогда вернемся к нашим баранам.
Да, я хочу сказать, дополнить. Дело в том, что Джеральд Миджли, который участвовал в той секции, где мы выступали, в другом составе, в несколько другом составе, значит, он закончил наш доклад аплодисментами. То есть имеется в виду, что он действительно согласен с тем, чтобы увеличить число факторов. Имеется в виду механизмов с 2, как у Канемана и Тверски, до 3. То есть имеется в виду, это, в общем, не противоречит этой теории, которая, в принципе, соответственно, была. И, кроме того, мы выступали с нашими студентами на турнире научных идей в 2019 году. Код поведенческой цифровой экономики. И там победили, между прочим. Это серьезная была победа.
Я признаю, что, значит, есть публика более подготовлена к восприятию той новизны, которая, видимо, содержится в вашем докладе. К сожалению, я оказался не таким, а поскольку у нас аудитория на нашей секции была сильно урезана, то я так понимаю, что никто больше и не задавал вам вопросы.
Да. Кроме вас, Иван Николаевич, я так видел мельком буквально, то, что касается ЦИПФа, мы просто его сами, буквально его работы раскопали недавно, но к нашему к нашей работе он имеет малое отношение, его работа имеется в виду. Но просто мы взяли его понятие ранга, для того, чтобы А так, до этого мы как бы на его работу не опирались, и это, так сказать, это не наша стезя. Там у нас отличается серьезно от его подходов. И кроме того, мы просто опирались на профессора Коломака в связи с тем, что он там показал экспериментально, с помощью чисел, цифр, данных, что подход ЦИПФа. Здесь как бы вот к некоторым экономическим вопросам Российской Федерации и Советского Союза он как бы неуместен. Ну, вот такой комментарий. Если, скажем так, ну, я буду на связи, значит, я не буду с секции выходить. Если, я извиняюсь, просто у меня несколько было мероприятий за это время, поэтому я отключался, да. Поэтому...
Все мы под Богом ходим, понимаете? Я бы хотел говорить, но, увы, пока нельзя. Хорошо, будем на связи, будем на связи. А там разберемся. Может, действительно, вдруг она появится. Она так хорошо разбирается в предметной области судостроения и в текущей ситуации в нашей стране, особенно с речным флотом. Поэтому я думаю, что будет интересно ее послушать, поскольку это та отрасль, которая, ну так, в настоящее время сильно просела у нас.
Да. Так что я тоже жду. Спасибо.
Давай будем вместе ждать. Хорошо, договорились. Да, вижу. Значит, мы в гордом одиночестве, Дмитрий Константинович.
Все нормально? Идет. Поздравляю.
Это кто у нас идет?
Ну, это я, это Игорь Викторович, это...
Не, я думаю, кто идет у вас? Нет, я вижу, что в нашей компании с вами не прибавляется.
Ну, в 17:20, я так понял, возможно, еще подключится, да? Еще 3
вот
минуты.
Да, 17:17, я почему на связи? Это потому что я тоже надеюсь, что человек придет, и раз придет, дадим ему слово, как вы сами понимаете.
Ну да. Вот в этом преимущество цифровых технологий.
Ну, вы понимаете, вот я преимущества за время нашей конференции вообще не увидел. Понимаете? Да, к сожалению.
Лучше вживую, да?
Да, вживую оно лучше, и там могут подключаться и люди удаленно, ну, скажем, те, кто не может приехать, но вживую оно всегда интересно. Ну, давайте, Горький, свой опыт. Меня 45 минут подключали к конференции. Дело в том, что я там выхожу с iPad, а там написано «Иван, iPad». Ну, они подумали, что я какой-то там лазутчик, либо еще кто-то.
Хакер.
Пока, да,
Хакер,
да, с другой стороны, не стал звонить, то есть, начало конференции нам всегда тяжелое. Короче, больше половину доклада Георгия Борисовича я не услышал. Ну, YouTube посмотрю, это дело такое, но тем не менее всегда с первых рук. А если конференция живая, то вы сами понимаете, каждый сидит с блокнотом, конспектирует, понятно, все это дело такое. А то вроде бы все в сети есть, но все оно где-то в другом месте. Вот я, видимо, все-таки консерватор по натуре, поэтому мне эти новые формы, они как-то не приемлются. Традиции есть традиции, живое общение. При необходимости, да, но это сплошно, когда необходимость сплошная, это уже плохо.
Да. Ну, Иван Николаевич, я помню, вот в Академии туризма мы с вами, так сказать, вы тоже были председателем секции или даже оргкомитета. Вот большой-большой такой стол был овальный на метров на 30. Вот это было несколько лет назад. Там, по-моему, посвященное было образованию, там,
Ну, вы сами понимаете, и из этого опыта как лучше? Конечно, за столом лучше, глаза в глаза всегда лучше. Понимаете?
Конечно.
Да.
Ну, мы тогда впервые с вами познакомились, там, получается, вживую. Вы потом,
да. Видите, предметная область для нас с вами самое, что ни на есть широкое. Дело в том, что системный анализ – это как бы прикладная наука. Она прикладывается к любой отраслевой науке, к любому региональному объекту и так далее. Естественно, что если придать хорошее звучание и нас хорошенько вооружить еще методом, то я думаю, что системщики станут впереди планеты, ну, даже впереди математиков.
Ну да, я согласен. Да. Вот кто-то подключился, Ирина Головина, Авдеева Алена, это или они были уже?
Это переводчики, значит, Авдеева и Головина, девчата, видимо, работают по чела, но мы их сегодня не умаяли. Понимаете, у нас, по крайней мере, 5 таких пробоин имело место. Ну, что сделаешь? То есть просто забивать вот эти бреши какой-то информацией, это неразумно. все-таки международная конференция, и надо вещать то, что имеет прямое отношение либо к теме, либо к проблематике. А так, чтобы заполнить эфир, я посчитал, что это не нужно. Так, я, значит, еще раз, значит, спрошу, ибо вижу в участниках, не вижу. Трухинова Оля Леонидовна, может, вы каким-то таким боком подпольным подошли, что мы вас не видим? Вы с нами или нет? Значит, судя по всему, он не с нами, поскольку и не значится, и молчит. Поэтому, друзья организаторы, 17:21, значит, это уже для вас отмашка. Считайте, что наша секция работу закончила. Значит, Николай, вы меня слышите?
Да, я вас слышу.
Я думаю, что больше резона сидеть и ждать у моря погоды у нас с вами нет. То есть и девчат надо, пусть кофе попьют спокойно, дух переведут, я имею в виду девчат-переводчиц. Ну и вы тоже, просто докладчиков больше нет, я как бы секцию уже закрыл, то есть я свое сказал, повторяться не буду, а то, что я напишу на завтра для отчета общего и с предложением, это уже будет завтра. Так что я с вами прощаюсь и благодарю за службу. Слава Богу, с вашей стороны. То есть у нас к вам, к работе вашей команды никаких претензий нет. Спасибо за помощь, спасибо за оперативное вмешательство, спасибо за подсказки. Значит, я думаю, что мы будем в этой части совершенствоваться, и уже в следующий раз вы с нами будете меньше мучиться.
Да что вы, это вам спасибо, кстати. Мне самому было вот очень интересно это все слушать, хотя я далек от экономики, но...
Ну, вы близок к жизни, понимаете? Это жизненные проблемы. Куда ни кинь, всюду клин у нас. Поэтому, а то, что как раз теория систем и системный анализ, это та наука, которая с одной меркой, с одной методологией подходит к решению многих задач в всех предметных областях. Она как бы такая наука, навигатор, я говорю. Она помогает анализировать проблемы, их конфигурировать, а потом можно и своим инструментарием приступать к решению, либо уже делегировать решение в конкретную прикладную науку, которая имеет к этому непосредственное отношение, либо прямо там инструментарий изучается. Вот такая навигация по решению проблем. Это, конечно, интересно, я думаю. Ну, я не думаю, я уверен, этим я давно занимаюсь. Ну, а тем людям, которые, так скажем, слушают, это как раз проведение таких конференций, это своего рода и пиар-реклама для того, чтобы завлечь людей заниматься этими интересными вещами и делать более понятным и более приемлемым окружающий наш мир.
Я с вами согласен совершенно.
Хорошо. Я благодарю, снимаю наушники.
Да, Иван Николаевич, да, вам большое спасибо за терпение, за вопросы.
Ну, что сделать? Да, спасибо за понимание, в первую очередь. Я иногда приставал. Я думаю, Дмитрий Константинович, вы даже понимаете почему, поскольку я хотел вами заполнить брешь, которая образовалась сразу после вас. Но жизнь такая. Иногда, значит, не хочешь, а должен вот таким образом поступать. Так что я благодарю, что вы с пониманием к этому всему относитесь. А то, что вы занимаетесь нужными вещами, ну, публика не всегда подготовлена к их восприятию. Иногда надо во введении каким-то образом публику подогреть, либо подвести к пониманию того, что вы будете докладывать. Но это со временем. А то, что мы встретимся и докрутим наши дискуссии, я думаю, что мы найдем для этого и форму, и время.
Хорошо, Иван Николаевич, до свидания.
До свидания, договорились. Всего доброго.
Всем спасибо, до свидания.